Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. We now officially are at 150,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for getting us there in such a short period of time. It's been such a ride since we started the revamp of NinjaTrader Live, and it's been nothing short of outstanding and fun. And I can't thank all of you enough in chat. We'll get to all of that later, as we've got a lot of giveaways and fun things to talk about throughout the day. But before I do, I've got to introduce everybody. Good morning, Shai. Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And the man on the big screen. I told him this morning, I said, this is not a Sopranos tryout, sir. You are in the wrong Zoom. He's looking good today. I got to tell you, he's looking good. Our man, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is a glorious day on the island, and I get a sense we're going to have some good trading today in the futures markets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's. I look at him. That's all I can think about is he just looks like such a paisan right now. I love it. All right. Well, kind of a little bit to talk about overnight. Shai, walk us through the news.
Well, the government is still shut down. The stop gap bill did not pass yesterday evening, but Trump is kind of showing some signs of cracking, saying that he wants to negotiate with the Democrats over the healthcare subsidies to bring an end to the funding stalemate. So we'll see what happens with that. Before, he was pretty adamant about not negotiating. So we'll see what happens throughout the week. Then we had Citadel's Griffin calls rush to gold as a safer asset is concerning. So Ken Griffin of Citadel said investors are starting to view gold as a safer asset than the dollar, and that's a development that is very concerning. He said, we're seeing substantial asset inflation away from the dollars. People are looking for ways to effectively de-dollarize or de-risk their portfolio via the U.S. sovereign risk. He said this in an interview last night on Monday. And he also said the U.S. is seeing fiscal and monetary stimulus that's more akin to what normally happens during a recession. And we're definitely on a bit of a sugar high in the U.S. economy right now. So interesting notes from him, particularly pointing out gold as people are starting to de-dollarize. Now, we've been tracking this. Right. Well, exactly. That's what's interesting. I mean, he's now just mentioning it, even though we've been talking about that. Then in the VIX, so the spread between the implied volatility of a group of around 60 large U.S. stocks and the VIX has reached its widest level since the data set began a decade ago. And this is because the dispersion trade, where hedge funds are going long vol in single names and selling index volatility. So, we're sitting at right around 18, which is lower than the median of, the average of 20 since the start of August. So we are seeing some interesting moves in volatility. And the yen carry trade is back on the radar as the new election jolted markets. And they're saying that, Japan's currency obviously has dropped 2% against its G10 peers so far. And you had banks like Deutsche Bank coming out and say they decided to close their bullish yen position as positive catalysts seem to be lacking right now. And so the yen carry trade is, basically when you borrow low yielding asset, the yen, and then buy currencies such as, the real or the dollar or whatever it may be. And then travesty strikes French wine output to fall below 2024 after fires ravaged vines. So France further cut its estimate for this year's wine production, putting output below 2024's historically low level after summer heat waves and wildfires hit vineyards. This makes me sad.
Yep. I know how you feel.
And then we have four Fed speakers today, Bostic at 10, Bowman at 10:05, Moran at 10:30, and Kashkari at 11:30.
Yeah, well, maybe that spurs it up a little bit. In my note this morning, I said, "Do we miss news yet?" Just because it's equities are pretty stagnant, but there are movements in other places. This morning, right away, you talked about a couple of things with me pre-market. What's your take from the overnight trading today?
Yeah, I mean, U.S. equity markets are pretty locked in, right? Everyone has got their tunnel vision on. Lack of government data kind of keeps volatility suppressed. Markets are grinding higher. We're seeing a lot of idiosyncratic stories that are jamming stocks higher, like AMD yesterday and Rigetti last week. And there's a bunch of just these laggard names that are really picking up the steam. There was the administration made another investment last night in this Trilogy Metals, which is up 200% pre-market or something. So idiosyncratic stocks are moving all around, but the indexes are grinding. What I think could disrupt that, if it was going to happen, would be a pickup in volatility somewhere else in the world in some other asset class. So where are we seeing it now? Dollar yen, right? I mean, that's one area that we got to just keep an eye on as FX volatility starts to pick up and fixed income volatility. Yesterday, the MOVE index had a decent jump higher for the first time in quite some time, up 3.5 handles. So that's where you'd start to see, let's say the paper starting to shuffle a little bit, right? Because we know that systematic flows are all in equities. Institutions are basically in, hedge funds are in, retail keeps buying. But when we start to get some of the cross-asset guys who are looking around and saying, a stronger dollar, higher yields are grinding higher into auctions this afternoon and for the rest of the week. Those are the types of things that macro traders will start to pull back a little bit from equities. And when everyone else is all in and volatility starts to pick up and some of these things that Shai's mentioning with respect to dispersion may start to unwind, go the other way, then, we start to think about, can U.S. equities actually, stop this, this blind move higher? I think we got to watch those things.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, first thing, go ahead, Shai.
What's amazing is, though, if you look at the, S&P 500 futures market, positioning is still bearish.
I know. It's not super bullish. I mean, it's crazy. I was looking at COT a little while back. We'll probably have Jimmy touch on that maybe in his edge report. Jimmy, maybe we'll get to you in a moment and later just talk about COT with that as well, just to kind of give us some color with it. But what I do think it's interesting here is the indexes are really working together right now. That's the one thing I see. So I know that we have to look at the indexes independently, as I've been told, right? So, I grew up on the Dow theory just because that's what we all knew. When I started in this business, a lot of people said, when you really are going to see this market move higher in the mid-90s, they're like, you want to watch the Dow theory. So you were watching what was happening in the transports. I mean, we don't even talk about transports anymore. We don't talk about utilities. We don't talk about industrials. I mean, we don't talk about the Dow anymore. But the point of that was a lot of times, even though technology was the leader, and when you were trading the S&P 500, you wanted to see everything eventually work its way. There was divergences, and eventually everything worked its way together. I am seeing that now, right? And so there's been divergences, but now all of the weaker parts of the tape are slowly but surely catching up. And so again, it's like, I understand definitely with the dollar getting strength today, when I go over the tape, I mean, it's getting strength against the pound. Shout out to Merritt. I told Merritt the pound is now the new NASDAQ for the cool kids, by the way. It's getting strength against the euro. It's gaining strength, obviously, we talked about the yen, against the Swissy. Again, we'll talk to Jimmy about that. That gets interesting because I think that's the point where you start to look at it and go, this de-dollarization starts to look and go, well, if the dollar is getting strong here, that should be a time where equities do pull back. But we'll see, right? I mean, that's something I definitely agree to watch. But when I look at the overall tape, again, it's hard to always say what inning we're in. But when I start to see the indexes all starting to work together, I'm always like, man, it's hard to want to fade that. The Russell's been strong. Russell. All right, I'm going to go over the tape. We'll get to Jimmy. S&P is up 0.03% this morning. It's up nearly $2. NASDAQ is up $23 to 25,208. S&P's at 67.90. Russell's 2503, hanging on to that 2,500 spot, just closed above it, up a couple bucks this morning. Dow is up 20 to 46,979. Natural gas up 1.6% this morning, 3.41 up 57 ticks. We've got heating oil is up just a little bit, up 0.5% to spot 2.5. We've got crude at 61.64, pretty much flat. Well, I'm sure we'll get to that later with Shai. Crude oil, again, has these one-way moves kind of, and then it retraces back in and gets consolidated again. Gold is up $17 again, $39.93. We've been talking about 4,000. We're here. We can get past that now. That round number has been, we're pretty soon we'll be talking about 5,000. We've got maybe copper.
We hit 4,000 in the overnight.
No, that's what I'm saying. We already were there. It's done. It's like now we talked about that round number that has been reached. Now I think they're going to trade around it. We'll see what happens. But we've got copper at 5.08, up 43.5 ticks, up nearly 1%. Silver's pulled back just a skosh, 48.4 this morning. It's down a tick and a half. And then you've got platinum's down $5 at 16.54. Bond market down slightly. 30 years and the ultra 30 years are down 3 ticks. Short end of the curve is down a tick, and then a tick and a half. And the 10s 30-year or 10-year yield is 4.169 this morning. And like I mentioned, dollar is up against pretty much everything. And then, of course, we have Bitcoin, 125,560. ETH is at 47.55. Crypto, a little bit of a pullback today, but again, still very much bid. Jimmy, to you, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
Yeah, right away I checked out the dollar index, and we've had this long consolidation range in the dollar index for September and for August and September actually, and we're bumping up against that 98.25 level right here. You can see the top of my hamburger bun. This is kind of resistance. We got support down here. We keep bumping up against it and we fail, but this time feels a little bit different. We have a decent sized candle so far. This is a couple of seconds delayed data, everybody, but this is the dollar index. So it's maybe we're gonna have a breakout to the upside, maybe not. I was kind of surprised to see how long this consolidation was going on for in the dollar index, and so I kind of pivoted over to the Euro FX, which gives us that COT data that Anthony was talking about, and it's been pretty strong, right? We're just kind of trading them up. This is a daily chart. We're just moving along that 8 EMA pretty nicely, gently sloping upward. The commercials are relatively short. The commercials are that orange. The hedgers are that orange histogram bar at the bottom, and they've been consistently short for a while, like by a lot. And then the large specs are consistently long, and they've been in this condition for a long period of time. And then the non-reportings are long also, and they usually are long in this market. So this is kind of telling us, suggesting to me anyway, this is kind of the status quo right now with respect to, and you got to think upside down, right? Because it's the euro versus the US dollar. But thinking about that, that's just kind of like the condition we're at. So we'll see if the dollar kind of moves, and we'll see if we get this euro to kind of bump back down to the 20 EMA or not. We tried to get down there not too long ago, August 1st, and failed. So it's been tricky. It's been more consolidated than I thought.
Let's talk about that. I want to stay on the dollar strength versus everything else right now, except equities, right? Equities aren't down, which we would think on a day like today, especially with the tape being as frothy as some would call it, right? And you're seeing even the Swissy, yen, euro, pound, all really kind of get hit. Even Bitcoin is getting hit against dollar strength today, but equities stay bid.
Yeah.
And gold.
Yeah.
And gold. And gold's like, hold my beer.
Now, look, I think this is something we do really have to focus on, because the froth in the equity market, what we're seeing kind of some of the late stages, right? If people are talking about a bubble, we don't have to get into whether it is or isn't, but there are certainly some bubble-like actions going on when you see big $100 billion companies going up 25% in a day, and we're seeing the scramble for some of the laggard stuff. And so what it seems to me is that you have systematic flows which are very long. This tape, we have a lot of people who have been long equities, and without this data, no reason to stop. And so then the question is, well, where can the hiccups come? Where can volatility creep up to potentially cause a correction? And the stuff that Shai was talking about is very important. This dispersion trade, single stock vol. Basically, traders are going long single stock vol. So things like AMD going up 30% in a day. Guys are buy AMD calls the day before or the day of. That goes up 30%. Index doesn't really move. Those are massive trades that have been going on, and dealers have been getting hurt by some of that stuff. So I think we're on a bit of a knife's edge when it comes to some of the systematic stuff. If we started to see any volatility percolating anywhere, you could really start to see big exacerbated moves, right? If we got a 2% move, let's say, we haven't had one in 120 days or something, but that would lead to like over $50 billion of selling into the close, right? The numbers are getting very big if we start to get a vol pickup. So then the question is, well, where's the vol pickup going to come from? What asset class? Who's exposed? Japan is a very interesting place because we just had an election. A nationalist prime minister, is in power, who's going to be deficit spending, defense spending, and telling the BOJ not to raise rates, right? This is kind of the Abenomics playbook 2.0. Weak yen, yields can grind higher, Nikkei long, but it's inflationary. And so as JGB yields are grinding higher, put some pressure on the back end of the U.S. curve, long end yields are higher, dollar is stronger. Those are the types of things where volatility starts to pick up. And we know that there's been no volatility in the equity market. As it starts to filter in, it could lead to larger exacerbated moves. So that's what I think is really important. And from positioning for dollar, weak dollar is a consensus trade. I mean, the administration wants a weak dollar. We've been talking about it for quite some time. So as that stops working, and Jimmy had the DXY chart up there, it looks like if we start to move, we can unravel some of this systematic length in equities pretty quickly. So that's got to keep an eye on that.
I agree. I think that is the risk right now from what I see. We heard Ira talk about this yesterday too, Shai. Go ahead.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of complacency in this market, aside from what we already know, the systematic flows and everybody's 401ks and there's just always a bid the market, this underlying bid in the market. But there just seems to be a lot of complacency and so some of these moves are like insane. The government announced that they were going to invest in CRML, which is a critical minerals company in Iceland. It jumped 25% yesterday. We had AMD jumping. These are outsized moves for these kind of markets.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, why can't they say they're going to start getting into the cannabis? So you and I are MSOS. I keep buying it every day. We made some money on it, though. Shout out to Todd for that.
Sure.
I've been buying that MSOS. If you guys were on for that episode, we all immediately went and bought it. And I've been buying it kind of regularly. I'm kind of getting myself into a little position here. Jimmy, back to you again. I want to stay with this dollar trade because I do think this is really the story right now. Again, it gets interesting because, as I said, the equities indexes are all working together. So the bull market never gives up easily. What I think of the potential risk with the dollar move, I always say to myself, if you start to get a trend down day, don't be in a quick hurry to buy that dip then, because that's when it could start to unravel. Like if you see a day where it's trending down early into midday and it's kind of established yourself as a trend down day, that makes me a little concerned about buying a dip. If you see the dollar up on that day, like that could be a day where everyone goes, listen, like you said, coming into the close. What are your thoughts on what we're talking about here with the dollar, Jimmy?
By the way, that advice is great advice, especially in the currencies. Remember, the currency pairs, they're a pair, right? There's two sides of this thing, right? One is sovereign value on one side of the pond, one's on the other side. So there's two different, drivers sometimes and at different time zones. So this is a good example of what you're talking about. This is the yen. This is a daily yen chart, right? And we got a double bottom forming here. Great. But I mean, look at the wick. No one's buying this today. Let's check the intraday chart. I know it's early in the day still, but don't forget, Japan's been up for a while, right? It's not closed overnight. It's open overnight. So this is just a nice slow grind down. And there's a lot of temptations to try to buy the dips, to try to do it in the London initial balance, and that didn't go anywhere. And we continue to keep rolling down. So that is great advice that Anthony just gave about the currency pairs. And, Forex is one of the biggest markets around. But you can really see the exaggeration in the yen. And I know we have a new prime minister and all that stuff, which is causing a difference. But when I go to the Swissy, I like to go back to the Swissy, Let's go to a daily chart on the Swissy and see what's happening. Now, Swissy's selling off big time. This is a big candle so far on the Swiss. Again, no wicks anywhere to be seen. And you backtrack to the COT data, and a little bit of change, not a lot. I mean, the commercials are still super long, and the large specs are still relatively, I shouldn't say super long, but they're long. And then the large specs are short right now. So that not a lot of change in the COT data, a subtle change, a little bit of a change, and maybe we're seeing some in the price, but the Swissy's telling me right now that, yeah, the dollar is super strong, and there's not that weird kind of freak out that you see when everyone's worried about, it's risk off, we're going to start buying Swiss francs. That's not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, and the reason why I say watch that when you have a trend down day against a market that has been known to be a driver of other markets, right? So I always look at things from a big theme perspective, right? De-dollarization. When the dollar's weak and things are going bid against it, it was like, don't fade those trends, right? Now when the dollar turns around and it gets bid,
right,
and the other things are going down, when they're going down against a dollar up day, you don't want to fade those trends. So like today, you want to be selling rallies in pound, selling rallies in euros, selling rallies in yen, selling rallies in Swissy. And it feeds into the same situation if all of a sudden you see that on an equity day. I think that's the one thing, if anybody, for you guys that are short-term traders, most of you are anyway, and you see a day where the market is going down on a trend down day and it's going down against the dollar, that is something that algos will play, with. And that'll be a day where towards the end of the day, you've got some big guys that come in and go, you know what? We've been holding this. This is a good time. Because again, right now, everybody, I don't care who they are, is looking for a reason to sell. And this goes back to what Brent Johnson said, is a small sell-off can turn into a big one just because everyone just goes, all right, well, maybe that's it. Nobody can pick this top. And the guys that sit back and just keep letting it ride, they keep letting it ride. And all of a sudden, you start to see volatility come in when they pin themselves to a story.
Yeah. The other thing that's important here is there was a fundamental data point that came out in Japan, right? I mean, this isn't just markets kind of getting to overbought, oversold, and trading around. This was an election, right? This was a fundamental catalyst. People look back to Abenomics when that started in December of 2012. Dollar yen moved 25 handles in 6 months, right? People remember. People have, not everybody remembers, but people who were trading back a decade ago have muscle memory and remember what a nationalist policy that's pro-Japan, what it did for Japan, what it did for Nikkei, what it did for dollar yen. And so you go back and say, this woman who's been elected is kind of in a similar vein. Dollar yen can really have a fundamental move here. That's something that's unexpected because, people are generally short dollars. And so now that the yen is weakening and dollars rallying, that could start to dislodge some of this complacency, right? And so I think that's why this has become, very important to focus on. JGBs in the long end, 20-year JGBs made 30-year highs in yields yesterday, right? So, the long end in Japan is starting to sell off. That's been an anchor for global yields for forever. And so if long end JGB yields continue to creep higher, the dollar continues to rally against the yen, those are consensus trades that people are on the other side of generally in the U.S. markets. And so as those continue to creep and we start to trend in dollar yen, that could start to have some reverberations back into equities. I think that's why it's important really to be focusing on it right now.
And notable that banks have come out today and said they're closing their bullish yen position. So that's if they're pulling their clients out of those positions. That's a lot of flows.
That's a lot of flows. Flows.
And that strong yen story was about Japanese inflation, about BOJ tightening, and basically it's going away the same way that the Fed independence is going away. People are thinking now BOJ independence is going to be put on the back burner again as a new prime minister tells the BOJ you're not raising rates enough. And so markets have muscle memory, right? People see these patterns over and over again and say, okay, loss of BOJ independence, that's yen weak, that's yields higher. For now, that's Nikkei stronger, but what does it mean for the rest of the world? Japan's been a source of excess surplus savings globally. As money is forced or not to repatriate back to Japan to play that domestic theme, that's money that's been locked in the U.S. markets that could start to come home. That's money that's been in U.S. treasuries that could start to come home.
Exactly.
So that's how you get the 1 + 1 + 1 = 100 type of trading, which right now, and we're priced for perfection, right? We're priced for no volatility, Goldilocks, no data, economy's fine, Fed's easing perfectly on time, AI capex boom, everything's great. We're priced for that. And so these little things that happen in other areas that are outside the purview of the U.S. retail trader are what could start to pick up and create these hiccups that that hit the traders when they weren't least expecting it.
Exactly. And I think, again, we have mostly equity index traders in here. It's the equity index market right now is so strong with all the indexes working together. It doesn't matter now, but then it'll matter all at once. That's what you have to recognize. And so we're just trying to prepare you for that. When you see a day, potential downtrend day, take a look at the dollar, see what's happening there. Obviously watch and see what we're saying in chat. It's not going to put you in winning trades, but it might keep you out of some bad ones. And that's the key here, because your strategies are going to do that for you. But I always look at it big, small, or not at all. Pax likes to steal my lines. If he's in here, he's stealing my haircuts. I'm going to have a talk with him, I think. No, in all seriousness, no, that to me is important. I'll understand that type of day, if that dynamic changes, to be ready for it. We're going to get ready to go for an edge report. Again, though, 150K. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're not, if you're not already subscribed. Appreciate all of you. I'm going to say hi to chat earlier, and I have to say one thing to one guy in the chat with this morning. He almost made me bust out laughing. He goes, "Say hello to everybody, even Deli's helmet." That was pretty good. I love when you guys bust my chops in there. That was great. All right, it's about that time for the this morning's edge report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, let us start with gold, also known as the stairway to heaven. We are just grinding higher again. Little baby candle so far today. We did tag that 4,000 level, psychological level, some would say. Remember, though, the cash market is about $20, maybe $23 less than the futures market. So the folks trading over the counter gold, or cash gold, I'll call it, haven't hit their milestone yet, which brings me to my next target on the upside here for the extensions that I did, the fib extensions that I did. 47.5 would get us to 100%. So we'll see if we could drive up there. I know it looks like it's a far away, but this thing's been moving. Look at the moving averages, 8, 21, 50. That's a nice healthy slope right there. And if you're in Utah, Park City, this would be a really nice ski slope, by the way. I forgot who mentioned they were in Utah. Great state, by the way. Let's just go to the intraday chart. Intraday chart, kind of tight and kind of nice volume profile today. Point of control and the VWAP are both at the same place right now. And when I see that after a longer period of time, it's like, all right, this is really where price happiness is on the session so far. We'll see if that is sticky or not. Once we get closer toward the open, we have that call resistance at that 4,000 level. That's key. It's going to be tough to break. You can see we touched it a couple times overnight. We'll see if we break it, and if we break through, we can get some momentum on the upside. On the downside, the pivot is really defining the conversation right here. There's a little bit of support here at the pivot, London initial balance lows area as well. So that's the story of gold. Let's shoot over, though. I do want to talk about the ES. Oops, clicked on the wrong one. There we go. The E-mini S&P a little bit, real briefly here. And interestingly, and I know I got a lot of lines. What I did is I have a contract volume profile. So I'm tracking from rollover forward, I'm tracking volume right here. And interestingly enough, price happiness, or the point of control, I'll call it, is way down here at 67.10. And then another volume node even further down at 66.17. If this does break, we got some nice targets there with that, with those big volume nodes right there. The other thing that's going on is we have a nice trend channel up. Right, this is a pretty aggressive trend channel up. And then we have, if you kind of use your imagination, in the last 3 or 4 days, we have a little bit of a triangle formation forming, and you can see a potential breakout one way or the other on that little triangle. It's in the yellow there. I know it's hard to see. So we'll see. This is good. It's looking strong. We do have a doji, though, and so one of the things I want to think about is a turnaround doji. This is not a good one. If we were to close like this, I wouldn't be like, oh, this is a turnaround doji. But a lot of times when you see a small body or no body candle after a long drive up, It does suggest exhaustion a little bit and maybe a turnaround. And the body, though, has to be a little higher up. So I'm not, my radar screen is up on this, but not totally, not 100% up. Let's shoot over to the 10-year note, because that's the other market that's really kind of interesting to me. Again, we'll go to the daily here. We have kind of a double bottom potential right here, forming at around a 112. 8/32 level. We're just almost tapping it right now. Third red candle in a row. Baby bodies so far, just right around that 50 EMA. So, and we're down to a 50 EMA right now. And the 8 is really kind of aggressive, not aggressively, but starting to slope downward a little bit as well. I have a retracement here. We're at that 61.8%. A close below that gets us to our area of support, which could suggest some further downward momentum here. Stochastics are in the basement. Forget about those. 10-year intra 30-minute chart up here on the screen. This is nothing surprising right here. We got a nice point of control, relatively tight range, 112.11 halves. Right now, a little bit of a push here on the, this is the open, right, for the Treasury notes right now in this time frame. You see a little bit of a bid coming in here, but that VWAP is holding tight right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that, 112.11 halves, see if that's sticky or not. If it is, then I'm going to suggest maybe some downward pressure. If it's not, maybe we can get a drive back up to the pivot, which is kind of defining the conversation. And that Jack's 1 level at 112, 16, 30 seconds is pretty key. So that is this morning's Edge Report.
Thank you, Jimmy. A lot going on here in markets this morning regarding the dollar, but there's a lot going on here at NinjaTrader regarding Arena Cup. So let's talk about that for a minute. Everybody, we are hosting the NinjaTrader Arena Cup. If you have not heard, then you must not be on social, or I don't know. Today's your Monday, but we are hosting a huge Arena Cup, $400,000. We're giving away in cash prizes. Qualifier 1 starts on Monday, October 20th. Qualifier 2 is the 27th. And then qualifier 3 is November 3rd. Now, each qualifier along the way, you have a chance to win money and prizes. And if you qualify, you get a chance to go to the championship round. And the championship round, the winner gets $100,000. We have a ton of traders, content creators are going to be on each one of those qualifier rounds. It's going to be crazy. We're bringing a lot of new people to NinjaTrader Live for this, so you probably see them out there on social talking about it, promoting it. It's going to be a huge cup. It actually only holds 30,000. I say only holds 30,000 because already we are like 25 or 30% of the way there. So that just tells you that get going, get signed up for this, because this is a big prize pool. You're trading in a sim environment to win $100,000. Not to mention you're going to be able to win, what you could win in your qualifier round. I mean, that's big money. And there's going to be a lot of places that win in the championship round and the qualifier round. So even if you don't win, there's a massive amount of opportunity here to win, cash prizes. So that's pretty cool. That link is in the chat, is also pinned in the chat. Sign up today for that. Giveaways. Everyone keeps asking about giveaways. We're all going to be giving away stuff. My giveaway will be last. They say age before beauty. I think, I've heard that before. The young ones are going first, the old guys going last. But we're going to be giving away some fun stuff. Shai, what are you giving away?
So I am giving away 3 1-ounce silver rounds that are bull bear. So one side's a bull and one side's a bear.
Ooh, silver coins. Shai's going to be giving away. We're going to figure out. We already know how we're going to.
I love that market.
I know, and so you're likely going to have to guess something on silver, and Shai will be plugging that when her time comes. Craig, as you know, is our macro strategist. Does a fantastic job. Craig, I talked to you about what you're going to give away. Tell everybody about that.
Yeah, so I write a Substack where I put all my macro thoughts and trading ideas. So I'll give away three annual subscriptions for that.
Awesome. Craig's Substack is fantastic. It's jam-packed with macro. It's like, it's like an education for you for the year. You will thoroughly enjoy it. I know I do, because I learned a ton from these two. Jimmy and I will reveal our prizes at a later date. Me and him, we got to get together. We got to game plan this. Me and the Paisan over here, right? So let's get back to markets. Also today, just a quick plug, we've got TTrades coming on for pre-market prep. Our boy T, He will also be in the Big Arena Cup, so that's cool to have T here. And then, of course, later we've got Merritt Black, we've got XYZ, and Christian trading boxes. So can't wait to have those guys trading the open. So back to markets this morning. Shai, I wrote in my note, do we miss the news yet? Do we miss the data? It feels like we kind of do.
So, I think markets are kind of, waiting because as soon as the government reopens, we will get the data that we didn't get last week. Jobless claims and non-farm, obviously being the two big ones. We'll see. We do have jobless claims scheduled for Thursday, but we'll see if the government is still shut down or not. Then we won't have that data either, putting this week at very little data. All we have for today is at 11 a.m. we have New York Fed one-year inflation expectation and 3 p.m. consumer credit.
Yeah. So, Craig, I mean, where are we with this data being held back now? I mean, you wonder what this backlog does. I mean, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, the private sector data we still get. So we got ADP last week that showed some weakness. We got the ISM services data that showed some weakness. We're going to continue to get the regional PMI data, but importantly now we're going to transition to earnings season, right? So we're going to hear from companies the outlooks and what happened in the prior quarter. I just noticed as we were talking here, Dell just pre-announced at their investor day, stocks up 8%. Pre-market. So we're going to see, these types of big moves in and around earnings, and I think things that are tied into the AI capex story will continue to show positive, trajectory and momentum. Is it all priced in? We'll see. I had said a couple weeks ago when Micron put numbers out that was an interesting turning point because the stock really reacted negatively to great numbers. But then this week, the stock ripped higher again. So it wasn't ready to digest. Dell's up, like I said, 8% pre-market, but we'll see if that number sticks. But as far as the low end of the consumer part of the economy, the lower part of the K-shaped economy where labor is deteriorating, where folks are getting more and more stretched, you're seeing it in hotels, restaurants, airlines, transports, regional banks, things that are really U.S. domestic economy sensitive. Those stocks aren't breaking out. Those stocks aren't making highs. There's been massive divergences there all year, and that's where the weakness is. And so I think if companies continue to report worse than expected numbers and outlooks in that arena, that's gonna make it harder for those names to go up. Is it going to disrupt the AI capex story? Unknown yet, but as labor continues to deteriorate, that's less 401k inflows, right? That's a flow that's been very regular into the market forever. If that starts to pull back, we get less support from that. We know the systems are in. So, without the government data, markets will just find, wherever the data they get, and company earnings will be the next place to look here about, the strength or weakness of the U.S. economy.
Yeah. I mean, I just wonder what it looks like when we get it. Do we get it all at once then, Shai? I'm curious. Is that what happens?
Yes.
So it's one?
So you're going to get all that data at once.
And so when do you think, is there, not saying the date, I know we can't guess that, but I'm saying, how does that deliver to us?
So we don't know exactly yet, but as soon as the government opens, probably the next day, you're going to get all the backlog of data that was held back.
As a data point.
You'll certainly get the September payroll number because that data was already collected and that report was basically sitting ready to go. We shut the government down on 9/30. That data was already there. They probably could already be released, frankly. So they'll open the government. It probably will take a day after that, and then they'll release that data, and they'll probably release the claims data from that too. Yep. But the data that needs to be collected between, let's say, the beginning of October and now, there has been no collection going on.
Right.
So that will be the delay. The October data will then be, will be delayed until who really knows. They may even miss, depending on how long this goes, they may miss an October payroll report because there's been no data collection. As far as the inflation data, that data also was known at the end of September, but I don't know how that might take a few extra days to put that out. That was supposed to come out early part of next week. So, but I don't think it's going to be like we're going to get the government's going to open up and then the next day we're going to get this slew. But anything that was collected already for September, for sure, we're going to get that pretty quickly. But data for October hasn't been collected. That's probably going to take some time to get.
Yeah, Jimmy, it's nice to have smart people around us, isn't it? I mean, they balance us. I mean, It's
I was,
it's very helpful.
I know. I was just going to add. I sent some of my cousins up there, and they're going to make some deals that people can't refuse, and we'll be back on the street.
Yeah, let's see, Jimmy. We got me and Jimmy here for style, and we got you two. Well, not that you guys aren't stylish, especially you, Shy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, you guys both look great, but you're just you're smarter than me and Jimmy. Jimmy, we've got less than a minute left. I was going to ask you, is there any Mentor Q stuff for ES today? I was wondering where we are within, with those gamma levels.
Yeah, let me pull it up right now and just declutter my chart here for a second. Bear with me. You'd think I'd already have this done. There we go. Let's get rid of this guy. So gamma-wise, we have this 6,800 is the big one, right? That's the big call resistance level right there, right above previous session's highs. On the downside, right below VWAP, we have the high vol level of 6,780. Those are the two big ones. And there's a lot of room to grow, though, right? So JAX 3 is all the way up at 6,810. Above that, JAX 4 at 6,620. And then JAX 1, believe it or not, is at 6,825. So, and then there's a blind spot in there too. Those blind spots are pretty good. So there's a lot of room on the upside. On the downside, we got JX2 down here at 6,750. And then that 1 day min, which is, if it's a trend day, this is what you got to look for it. Right now, I'm not looking for this right now, but 6,732, which begs the question, where's 1 day? Was that 1 day min? Yeah, 1 day min, 1 day max. And doesn't mean it's the minimum or maximum it could go. It's just based on the expected range of the day that Mentor Q puts out. 1 day max is all the way up here, pretty close to 68.45. So, again, will that be likely today? Probably not, but stranger things have happened. So those are the levels. And Delhi, another chart that's really, really important to me and you is coffee. Coffee is in an ascending triangle right now. We got to hope it breaks out to the downside, not to the upside, because it's going to impact at least my budget, probably yours as well.
Oh, I'm a buyer of every dip because I drink a lot of coffee, a lot of espresso. All right, Jimmy, we got to end it there. Shy, Craig, you guys are fantastic. Thank you so much. It's on to TTrades. All right, guys, thank you. All right, next up, TTrades for pre-market prep. He's my guy. He's going to be in the Arena Cup, and we're going to see more and more of TTrades here on NinjaTrader Live. I'm super excited, and I love what TTrades gives us, not only from a preparation standpoint, which he's going to talk about today, but he goes into other markets, right? He's not just indexes, and I love that about him. All right, let's bring in my boy T.
How's it going?
What's up, handsome? Ish.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Yeah, we're going to see that at Handsome Mug soon. Yep.
Yeah, next week, eh? Or are you going to be at the trip?
Of course, yeah. Everyone's coming down to my spot, my crib down here in Naples. It's nice. I'm going to have 30 of you crazy, content creators, traders, influencers, all the production crew. Everyone's coming to my club. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a great time. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to definitely I'll be the old man tapping out early, but I know that we're going to have a great time, so I can't wait to see you here.
Yeah, it'll be fun. But if we want to get into the markets here, we can go over indices and then into gold, I would say, is what we want to start with.
Let's start with the indices.
Yeah, so just taking a look at indices, I'm just looking for it to reach for its previous day's highs. So kind of a consolidation here. If we go out to, the daily, the hourly, we're stuck in this range. And so by just taking a look at this range high and range low, are we more likely to reach for these previous day's highs sitting up here or these previous day's lows? And just due to the fact that price is here, it's closer to taking out those previous day's highs. So that's where I want to see it go. And if we also look at how the daily candle formed, it opened and then went lower first. So it's forming this daily lower wick first, which leads me to believe it goes to the highs. So I'm really looking for indices to trade into those highs around the open or even before. Move started in London. And so YM also just consolidating right before this high. So that's what I'm looking for on indices. But gold, fairly similar, also wanting to see it look for these highs here. So formed also its reversal in London, which you can see by, this is what I define it with, is just a closure through those series of down close candles that made that low. And then we're just continuing to respect down close candles as we trend higher here. So wanting to see this finish off those highs there. Not much into CL or oil or anything. I don't know if you saw it, but we were talking about it last week, but we had this reversal formed here. And I'll pull up an indicator just so you can see. So we were forming that reversal there to form the wick high, and then we just ran out all those consolidation lows, which I think we talked about last time I was on, or maybe that was over here. I can't remember. But yeah, that's kind of it there for me today, unless there are questions. I'm just looking for gold to move higher and indices to move higher. And then what I'll be watching for to determine if we kind of break out of this range or fall back in is if YM can expand through this high, then I'll look for NQ and ES to continue higher. If it forms a reversal, then likely not a large breakout of the range.
I want you to go back to the crude chart because that's a chart that, for me, and in the big picture, it means a lot to the overall markets. And it's been in such a range, and I'm just curious, give us some insight as to what you'd be looking for an extended breakout, because what keeps happening here, T, obviously, as you can see from the chart, we have these little breakouts right back into range. Yeah.
So we've continued to kind of just have this consolidation move and then coming back into the range, like Delhi was saying. So every time we run out highs, fall back in. Every time we run out lows, fall back in. So if we want an extended breakout of this range, what do we want to see? Well, we have this low that we've taken out, that previous month's low, right? So August low. If we're going to break out, we need to, get acceptance outside of this range. So what does that look like? We have expansion down. We don't really want to see price expand back into this range because then that's forming a wick here on the monthly, and then it's back into the range. So what we'd want to see is price have a retracement here. And so ideally, this week we go and we get a continuation and a closure below these candles and below this range low, and then we could get a breakout of that range.
And this is one of the main reasons why I love your indicator, because it gives a perspective on the same chart. And talk about that. It's this way everyone can see that what you have there. And obviously, everyone, you guys can get T's indicator. We'll put a link in for you guys to go get this on TradingView. But explain what people are seeing there, because it's probably new to some.
Yeah. So I'll just kind of do it here. So I really just use it to identify what phase is price in, because price is either going to be consolidating or expanding, right? So here I can see we're in a consolidation. If I'm in a consolidation, I want to see runs of highs. So really all I'm looking for on every time frame, and I'll go and show you on gold and indices, is I'm wanting to anticipate when this higher time frame wick has formed. Once I anticipate that higher time frame wick has formed, then if I am right on my bias, which is down, then I can trade that away. So for instance here, when we go and run out this high and we form this reversal, I anticipate that this wick has formed and then that we're going to trade to this previous month's low. So then that allows me to get on side with a directional bias. So if we go to gold today, right, I'm wanting to see it run towards the high. Let me go back into present day. Right, all I'm looking for is the daily candle. So we'll pull that up as well. So here's the daily candle. Those are 4-hour candles. This is 15. If you see price opens, I'm expecting this to be the wick low. So if this is the wick low of the daily candle, unless we just consolidate in this range, then I want to see us reach for this high. So it's the same thing on ES or NQ, right? We open up our daily candle. Once I anticipate this wick forms, once I anticipate this wick forms, then I can just anticipate this to go higher. So
yeah, I think I love it because, again, it never allows you to be early in a trade, right?
Yeah,
it allows you to that to me is key for this.
Yeah, so my big thing, and you'll hear this throughout my education, is I'm not trying to catch reversals because for me that's just not sustainable. And so I'm never trying to catch this reversal move down here, right? So we see that London forms this reversal. I'm not trying to catch that because a lot of times this will be wrong, right? It'll start to form a false reversal and then just continue lower. So I would rather let it form its reversal, form another low, and then catch this continuation. So really, if we put it very simply, if we have a downtrend, we're making lower highs and lower lows. I'm not trying to catch this first one, right? I'm trying to let this one show me that we're going to change the trend and I can catch this one or I can catch this one because I would lose all the time trading that one.
It's a philosophy that I learned years ago it's about catching a move that's underway. When I went from a really short-term trader, scalper, where I was just on the bid or offer all day long, and I started to move out, expand my time frame, going a little bit longer time frame. This was the most important thought process I had to go through was try not to be early, because as a scalper, you could be early, you could scalp it, eventually it goes, and you trail it out or whatever you do, right? When you're going into more of a time frame that you're holding period, which is, I mean, for you, I'm assuming you're not just going in and just working the bid and then it rotates and you're scalping out of it. You're trying to hold a position for a little bit of time, right?
I'm trying to capture
getting a move underway.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I'm trying to capture one of these higher time frame candles. So I don't need to capture a whole move here. Like I don't need to capture all this daily range. But if I can capture, some sort of range from this 4-hour candle, that's all I need.
Exactly. And so you let something form that then gives you an idea of trend direction with the wick, and then you go into the shorter term time frame, and then you go to trade basically as that fills in that body per se, right? And then now you're getting into the move that's underway, and it also helps you with a defined stop. I want you to maybe, so we're on NASDAQ, stay on here.
Yeah.
Where does it get invalidated in a thought? So like today, when we go back to where you're looking at NASDAQ, it looks like that wick was formed. Where does it start to become invalidated?
Yeah, so we can just replay it and I'll show you what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for this same pattern over and over. So I need price. I don't know if people know what a fair value gap is. Here's one right here. So it's just where it's a 3-candle pattern where the candle wick of one doesn't overlap with another. So we just have a gap. So I'm either looking for price, if we're bullish, to sweep out a low or reach into a fair value gap. So you can see here, price sweeps out a low and then has a close through this series of down close candles that formed that. So that is then going to give me an invalidation. So this is the reversal, right? I'm not trying to trade that reversal. If I want to trade this continuation, I just need to wait for that same pattern to form. So if you notice here, what do? We come and sweep out this low right here. And it's a bit hard to see, so I can clear the charts for you. And so then all I'm going to look for is what? This series of down close candles that made that low. Once price closes through that level, then it protects that low for me, right? So you can see it kind of broke out of that range, but then now this low is protected. So going into the open and today, I don't want to see price come back to this low, because if it comes back to this low, it means this trend for me is invalidated, and then it's more likely to run lower. So similar thing on gold, which I think might have a better example of this, right? We're looking for price to go to this high. And if you see what I have marked out here, right? We have our first reversal, which is sweeping out a low, closure through this level, right? Right here, price reaches into a fair value gap, which is just this gap here, closes through this level, right? And then here, this is another one. This is a bit more advanced. When we don't have either of those points of interest, but I still have a protected low, then I can use this as the actual level. And then you can see, right, we're just continuing that trend. So that's how I define invalidations. So once I have an invalidation, my whole goal is, okay, where is my target? My target's here today, right? So if I can get an entry around this invalidation that gives me proper risk to reward to this high, that's really all I need.
Clear look at where stop should be. It keeps you in trend, and you're going with a move that's already underway. That's when I see what you're doing. I think that's extremely helpful for traders that can't find ways to trade with trend. This to me is a very clear way you can trade with trend. I mean, I learned it in 2 minutes. I knew it from before because I've watched your stuff. But to me, if traders out there, you want to learn how to trade with trend. I love what you're doing. I love what, we got Chris later too. He does that very similar, Chris Trading Boxes. And so I love it. I want to go to a market that you didn't talk about though, because this morning we talked a lot about the dollar. Can you go to the euro? I want to see what you think.
Oh, euro. You want me on euro USD or 6E?
6E.
All right. Yeah. So euro, I'm looking for it to trade into this low here. I can clean up my chart a little here. So like I said, this is the monthly, right? And so we see the monthly form this wick, and then the whole thing, it's all fractal. So if we can anticipate that this monthly has formed its wick, right, then we can anticipate this to trend. So where would this trend to? Well, this would be the first target, that previous month's low. So you can just mark out previous month's low. That's that first target, but we also have all these equal lows right there. So really, it's also a similar idea to what we were talking about on oil, if we drop down to, let's say, an hourly time frame here, I'm wanting to see price, it's holding this level here. I'm not really interested in it just trading away from here. I couldn't trust that. So I'd want to see price run through these levels. And then we want to see, do we get expansion back into the range? So a nice wick and a reversal to then go run out all these highs, which are those previous day's highs. Or are we going to get kind of a lethargic move back in which we can have a sustained breakout on that daily chart, which would then run us lower, right down into here. So it's more dependent on how we trade around this level, but currently I have no other interest besides price just running into these lows.
This is such an important chart for everyone to watch right now. We've talked about this. There's stuff going on in Japan. I see you got the 6J up there. Everyone's talking about the dollar strengthening and what that could potentially do to the markets. Today we're seeing dollar strong across the board. Let's go to the yen.
Yeah, so yen, right? This isn't really a move that I'm going to be able to get on side with ever, like this right here. You could potentially frame something once the gap down, but for me, I'm trying to, enter around those wicks, right? So once this wick forms, right, I'm wanting to trade the body of the candle. I'm not trying to enter once the body's already being formed. So for me, this isn't anything interesting for me to actually trade, but you can still watch it, and it's pretty clear we're having a breakout to the downside. So really, this continues to be bearish until we have some sort of reversal, and the only way I'd look for a reversal is if we can sweep a previous day low and then come back into the range, right, and we form a swing point. That's about it. And then it's just watching the same thing over. Do we get an aggressive move back into this range, or do we have a lethargic move very similar to what we're seeing on oil, where it's lethargic and we could anticipate maybe a continuation lower?
One of the questions in chat is talking about where you would enter these. Do you have any like recent entries or something you could show everybody to understand? I mean, I see exactly what you're saying, because I think one of the biggest things, T, to talk about as well is that if your entries, for you, what matters more, and I'm just putting words into your mouth, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, but what matters more is where you're wrong on these. You look at where that stop is, and then basically you have a range of execution to determine where you get in.
Yeah, so we can go over it. So this is on oil. So just to give that little top down, right? We have that reversal here. We can look to trade lower. I actually tweeted this idea out. But we can see, right? If we're expecting a reversal off this high, do we want to see a very aggressive move out and then back in? If we're going to trade lower, yes. We don't want to see a very lethargic move to continue higher. So we have that V shape, right? That V shape reversal, which is forming that wick. So I can anticipate this next day to go lower. And like I was saying, all we want to see on the next day is open. We want to let it form its wick, and then we can trade it lower. So the question I just ask myself every time is, has it formed its higher time frame wick? So we can just let this play. Right now, do I trust that this has formed its higher time frame wick, right? Would I trust this as my stop loss? No, right? Because it hasn't told me anything. I don't have anything to base it off of. So letting this continue, right? All right, we skipped a bit ahead there, but what do we notice? Right, price opens, makes a move higher, a very lethargic one, and then has an aggressive move lower. I now can trust that this wick has formed, right? So then I can take any entry in here, right, wherever I want. But like Deli said, it's more important where I'm wrong. I know that I would be wrong if this high gets taken out. So you could enter wherever, and then, I always do a minimum of 2R, right? So let's say that. But you also want to pair that with short-term lows, right? So we have a low here, we have a low here. So ideally, I want to hit my 2R before that. If I'm entering down here and my target's there, I'm not going to get 2R. So that entry doesn't make sense. So right here, I could enter, there on a retrace or whatever, and let that play out. And then there you go, right? And then the same thing, right? I wouldn't want to enter short here because this has already expanded. I would want to wait for the next day to do the same thing. So that I get into the next day, I want to sit here and ask myself, when do I trust that this high has been formed, right? And let's say I don't know where it forms, right? Let's say it just breaks out lower here, right? Maybe that's just a trade I never get because I don't trust this high in here, let's say. So then I'm not going to trade this move, right? Because it doesn't form something I can trust. So really, all I'm looking for is, hey, do I trust that this wick has formed? So we go back to something that's actually right now, right? So we can go through gold. It's going through that high we talked about when we came in, right? And instead on the 4-hour chart, right, we can use the 4-hour and the daily, pull that up. like I said in the beginning, right? I anticipate that this daily has formed its wick. This 4 hours formed its wick. This 4 hours formed its wick. So if those have all formed its wick, then I can trust that these lows should hang in there, right, as we expand higher. And that's kind of the same idea with NQ here, right? I anticipated that this 4 hour formed its wick. It's daily formed its wick, which means it can just trend. So now that it hit all of our targets, that's really what I was interested in. Let's see if YM, right? YM is into that high now. So it's the same thing. Do we get a V shape off of this, right, to go lower, which can bring the other indices with it? Or do we fail to kind of form that V shape? And do we have a slow move back into the range, which we're going to find support off that previous high to trade higher, right? Does that make sense for everyone in chat that
makes
asked that
total
question?
sense. Yeah, I'm. If not, they can go back and rewind and see it because it makes sense to me, and they can go and check out your videos. That's all the time we have this morning with you, T. But again, traders, I think it's so important to understand that when you have different, types of strategies, like when you look at T's versus everybody, else that you'll see on the network, not everyone gets hyper-focused just on entries. See, that's the one thing, T, is that everybody gets so focused in on entries. They're like, give me the level to buy, right? And you and I are very similar in this nature. I go, tell me where I'm wrong, because once I know where I'm wrong, I'll find my way into the trade, because now I can adjust my risk based upon contract size. How far am I from that distance? Do I want to be in, small, in terms of risk? Do I want to be in bigger in terms of risk? Do I want to trade closer to the risk with a bigger contract size, further from the risk with smaller contract size? I have built my entire strategy on where I'm wrong. I don't really look at the entries as much. Yours is more of a trend, and mine's more of a mean reversion. But the process is very similar.
Yeah.
And I really love these segments because it helps people think outside of just give me that level to buy or sell. What this helps you with is validation of where ideas are right or wrong.
And the last thing on that before I know I need to get kicked off is the same thing. I'm just more interested in where I'm wrong. If I know I'm wrong here and price is trading in this area, I know that I can look for some sort of reversal in here. And I know that I'm wrong if the price reaches this area. So that gives me an invalidation. Or I can look for the same thing on a lower time frame where then I can get a new invalidation. And I know I have this higher time frame target up here. So then I can get a lower time frame entry with a lower time frame stop, targeting the higher time frame target. And that's where you get that top-down analysis. So, but yeah, thanks for having me on. I know my segment is up, so.
Well, yeah, man, it's always great to have you. Check out what T is doing on his YouTube channel. We also put your link in here to follow him on X. Consistent, clear, concise education from my boy T. Look forward to having you more here on the NinjaTrader Live Network. And you're going to be in the Arena Cup with us as well, so we're excited about that.
Yeah,
man. Thank you so much for being here with me, T.
October 27th. I'll see you.
All right, my brother. Talk to you soon.
Have a good one.
All right, everybody, it's Tuesdays. And in these parts now, they're known as black boxes. We've got Merritt Black and we've got Christian trading boxes. It's interesting because each and every week, I get a lot of messages about all the different people on the network. I would say consistently, people stay tuned in to this Tuesday group more than anybody else because it's two different styles, but it really is a masterclass each and every week on all the things that everybody talks about on Twitter, but in this session, they do it in real life. So, as usual, let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. What's up, boys?
Morning.
Hey, Daly, hey, Merritt.
What's up, Chris?
So, in that preamble to you guys, it's interesting because people love the two of you together. It's two different styles. We love bringing that, number one, I think. And the one thing that you two do, I think, really at the top of, you can look at, really anybody out there on social, YouTube, wherever you're going to go and follow traders. You guys talk the talk exactly. You walk the walk, right? You talk about what you're going to do, and then what you guys talk about, like you guys walk the walk each and every week. And I really love that because I think it resonates with people, and people see it because they stay in, they stay tuned for it. And I love it. And I love seeing the two different styles, and you guys collaborate and talk about that. And so I just wanted to just give you guys props for that, because traders are really, really getting a lot out of this. And, you know, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the two of you, just the way you guys go about your business, man.
I'm sure it's just because of how we'll see if Chris backs me up on this, but it's purely from how beat up we've been from not doing that. You learn those lessons, man. That's how us hard-headed traders start to behave in a consistent manner, is because you get so beat up and disgusted from not doing that.
Yeah, it just means that we've lost more.
Yeah. So great to have you guys here on this Tuesday. We've talked about a lot with indexes and other markets today. Merritt, we're going to start with you. Any positions? What are you seeing coming into the open today?
It's like Tuesday is like Groundhog's Day. A lot of very similar situations over the past 4 Tuesdays. The S&P with some better movement in the overnight session than we've seen as of late. Obviously, just the little rug pull off the low right there, and then just full on ramp mode. It's kind of a bummer to see these highs taken out so soon pre-market, because they were just really juicy targets. I think even TT was talking about looking for, I believe, these highs to be taken from yesterday and stuff. So that's kind of done. So it's like, well, now we're kind of back to sitting on our hands and waiting. So for me, man, I do not really have any type of strong directional bias in S&P, gold, nothing. I am going to be looking for short-term little scalps where I can pick up the bulk of a rotation here and there as the market kind of ebbs and flows, looking for a really good fat pitch, if you will, in terms of scalping, order flow based kind of things. I'm it's going to be kind of make it, take it, come in and see what I can, what the market might present to me. I'm not coming in, as I love to come in, with a really good directional bias and a really good plan of attack. Scalping day for me.
Before I get to Chris, I want to ask you, so right now, Merritt, you know, one of the things that we talked about in pre-market from the macro side is dollars on the move. You got some stuff going on with Japan. We're seeing, you know, all of the currencies start to move. I know that you and I have talked. People don't know this yet, but the pound is now, it's going to be the new NASDAQ. I mean, you and I have called this. We're way early on our guessing. We might be retired by the time it really happens, but we're pretty confident in our guess.
You know, I got ticked on that news release when I had that position, and it absolutely tanked for like 2 days after that.
Yeah, those damn currencies. They love like, you know, really. Yep.
No, I think
any thoughts there?
I think the dollar's in a good spot for a bounce, personally. I really do. I think it has a big, like, if we go way out to like a weekly bar chart, obviously we broke out below kind of that 2023, 2024 range around 100.3. But we've put in a decent little excess, little wicks at the lows, things like that, and have started to kind of break momentum. We've seen COT positioning shift bullish in that market. I think the dollar looks ripe for a bounce, personally.
Yep. And it sets up for all sorts of different things happening across the markets, which makes it really interesting. We're looking for data or headlines or something to spark equities, but this dollar move gets really interesting if it starts to have legs here across the board, what that does to currencies, and we'll see if we start to get some volatility in equity indexes. Chris, let's go to you, man. I love watching you prepare for the day. You know, I always say to anybody that I talk to offline, they're like, when they want to say, well, you know what, this trend has been tough, I don't know how to trade with it, I go watch Christian. That's how you watch, my guy. So talk to us about what you're seeing for the open.
Yeah, so let's go over the trade plan here that I have. Both ES and NQ recently broke out of this, you know, I think 2-week, September 16th to October 1st, 2-week range wedge, as I call them. We broke out, and then we've been building value up here, consolidating, you know, whatever we want to call it, but it's just a correction through time. And so we never could really break back down. So we have to think, okay, sideways to higher in this kind of market. NQ has been leading, especially after yesterday's news with OpenAI and AMD just exploded higher. So we continue this uptrend where we're moving away from this consolidation. ES is still barely breaking out of that. We're taking out prior week's highs right now. So as long as this breakout holds, and let's say we get a pullback into 780s, we can continue higher. If we fail, then we can see lower. I'm thinking 6750s is like the new line in the sand here. For NQ, we're breaking out. Well, we already broke out. Yesterday was actually the first higher high, higher low that we put in away from this consolidation. We put in that higher low yesterday into the close in the evening, and then we're bouncing out higher. So the 4-hour structure is telling you, hey, we're getting ready to leave from this consolidation area. So for the hourly here on my own trade plan, for NQ, here's that consolidation with a little bit more clarity where we've had this push up recently in the last hour. We're taking out prior day highs. As long as we can hold any potential pullback to create a higher low, since we're starting a new hourly higher high, higher low, higher high structure, as long as that higher low maybe into the 9MA is bought, then we can find acceptance, consolidate up here at prior day high, and then possibly trigger scenario 1.2, which is a breakout higher into 25,400 area. It's a little bit far away, so maybe we don't get there, but the trend is certainly structured to go that way. If we fail the breakout, meaning we find acceptance, we get below prior week high, this 25,185 area, then we can move back down to the bottom of this micro range here at 100, 110-ish area, maybe take out this London low, and then set up for a bounce until we form acceptance there, and then roll over to prior day low. ES is a little bit of the same. It's a fresh new breakout here. As long as any potential higher low here, maybe into 6790s holds, then we can see higher. If not, we come back down similar to NQ. But, you know, like you said, it's just about following the trend structure. Market has been in an uptrend forever now, looks like, and it's best to live in the present and focus on the current trend that we're in.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's going to just keep on doing it until it doesn't, right? And we talked about this dollar move, and again, I can't stress enough. And I know that you two guys always stay hyper focused on your strategy. I will say that if we do start to see this dollar start to get legs, I do wonder if that does spark volatility. And you guys will see it within the tape as we all talk about. Yeah, we can only hope. All right, I got a couple orders of business before I let you two guys go. First off, we've got the Arena Cup coming up, everybody. I talked about it earlier this morning. $400,000 we're giving away in cash prizes over 4 different days. Yeah, there's going to be 3 qualifiers to reach the championship game. So in each qualifier, we will giving away prizes, cash prizes. And if you qualify to make it to the big championship round, which is going to be on Monday, November 17th, the winner of that gets $100K. There's going to be a lot of people that also get paid in that championship round as well. That's a big giveaway for a sim giveaway, everybody. So check out the link in chat. And of course, follow my boys on X. They will continue to be promoting it because they will be in there with us. It's a huge amount of cash to be giving away for a sim trading environment. So hopefully we get a lot of people to participate, which it's already showing up that it is. 30,000 people are able to participate, and I think we're already like 25 or 30% of the way there, like in 2 days. So it's going to be great. A lot of top traders are going to be in there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Next order of business. We hit 150K. All these things are happening all at once here, right? Getting thrown at me. 150,000 subscribers. I can't thank the chat enough for being here with us on this ride. Look at starting NinjaTrader Live 2.0, as we were calling it, getting all of these great traders and great friends of mine together to come in and trade and to showcase their skills in front of all of you has been really one of the highlights of my career. And I just can't thank you all enough for participating in it. And this is just the beginning at 150K. But at 150K, we are giving away some stuff. Merritt, people they have until 10:30 Eastern today. Today is going to be your giveaway. Can you talk to us about what that is and what they've got to do?
Yeah, man. First off, all the success the channel is seeing and everything, it's a testament to you, to NinjaTrader being smart enough to let you come in and do what you do, and you're just such a fantastic guy. And I mean, anyways, I won't get too mushy. I won't try to pull a PAX here and just try to do it too much. But yeah, man, it's congratulations to you and what you're doing here. I just want to say that to you on a personal level. Yeah, giveaway. So we're gonna pick a lucky winner to take home a shiny new course of their choice. Someone you from the chat here, let me know if you are going to want the scalping course, if you want to learn about short-term order flow, building your own tools, doing really cool stuff to be able to take advantage of little short-term moves like you often see me do on this chat, or if you want to maybe focus a little bit more on developing a bias, developing a plan of attack, lines in the sand, very contextual type of stuff, then go for the NADRO course. So one lucky winner gets their choice of either our $3,000 NADRO course or our $3,000 scalping course. So there's a link right there in the chat. Ninja put that together. Grab that link. That is how you enter to win one of the courses. And I just have to say that these courses are kind of like my life's body of work, right? Like I have the trading and everything, but I'm the guy who genuinely loves teaching. I genuinely love that. And I've put a lot of work and energy and effort into those courses. And you can go check out our Trustpilot reviews and all kinds of stuff about the difference that it's made for people. So I'm excited to have one more of you guys into our little family and community of people grinding every day.
Hit that link, everybody. Go in there and subscribe to it. I have seen Merritt's courses firsthand. I can't even begin to tell you how many courses I've reviewed over the years, people sending me education and to do stuff over the past. It's been, I've seen many. And I will tell you this one, I walked away immediately from it, understanding something new about trading that really was helpful. And I talked about this before, like I use Merritt stuff on my chart. I overlapped it. And there's something for everyone of all levels to learn. I'm always willing to learn more. Hopefully you all are too. Go and sign up to get a chance to win it. Everybody, thank you so much. Guys, have a great trading day. We'll get to all the other giveaways for Chris and the rest of the network later, but today's Merritt's Day. So I will see you guys in chat. All right, guys.
See you, buddy.
All right, Deli. Take care. Enjoy your week. All right. Hey, you know what? I found out
What'd you find out?
you and I are competing on the same qualifying round.
Ooh, you're gonna have to come through me, bro.
What does Marshall Lynch say? Run right through them.
Yeah. It's gonna be so much fun. It's really cool that they're doing that. That it's like, meaningful money, more than meaningful money. It's extremely substantial for just this sim trading challenge. It's very, very cool. I'm excited to give it my best. It's it's like a poker tournament, right? You can be really good and you can come up to a one-day event or something and you can have a run of bad luck. You can, there's luck involved, but there's also skill involved, right? It's like a poker tournament. So I'm just excited. I think it's going to be fun, and I'm going to give it my best. I think the last time I did one of the initial challenges that they had, I was like away from the desk and trying to like toss a few trades on from my phone, not very like present in it. So this one I'm gonna block off the calendar. I'm gonna really make it something.
Yeah, I'm excited. It'll be a good tournament for everybody, and hopefully people make all the money they can.
Stack those sim dollars.
All right, so let's see a morning chat. Good morning to all of you. Let's do a roll call. We have 890. Morning Shab.
Morning Shab. I will say this.
Say it.
The S&P, the whole market, everybody knew today that there was some juicy stops and all this kind of stuff above the past 2 days highs. The market just ran those and we found a little bit of selling, right? So it's in that moment that the TT guy was talking about, where you don't know if a wick is forming, but you're looking at the reaction. You're looking to see, is it end up being more of that type of V-shaped reversal and rejection? What is the order flow telling us? So it's a moment here as we get 12 minutes away from the open here. How are we handling? What's the reaction once we've ran these stops across these highs? And it's not just like a normal everyday yesterday's high, yesterday's low. I think those references get overused personally. This one's substantial because it was 2 days, and on the profile, they were both poor highs. They were both areas where the market for 2 days in a row came up to the same level multiple times within those days and kept touching it, touching it, touching it. Now we saw a break through it, and now we get to see what the reaction is here live on NinjaTrader Live.
You said it all right. Sound like your favorite NFL broadcaster.
Yeah.
So I am looking to buy. Are you trading? What are you trading today? Gold again?
I will be flipping back and forth between anything, but obviously gold is in play. Obviously, the S&P is at this little inflection here where I'm interested in what the reaction is.
Okay. I'm focused on the long side. I've just been buying pullbacks seems like every day.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, what's that? What was that old trading book where the old timer? Not that you're an old timer, but you kind of have an old soul, kind of like we're kindred spirits in that way.
Yeah.
What was that book, guy? Maybe the chat can help us if Chris doesn't know, where everybody would come in and have all these hot ideas. And I think it was back in, I wonder if this was this Reminiscences? Anyways, they'd be talking about this or that or what's going on, short and long, blah, blah, blah. And this old guy would stroll in and be like, it's a bull market, every day, no matter what the little topic du jour and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so they're saying it's from one of the books I definitely have read, Trading for a Living, from Alexander Elder. So yeah, that reminds me of you during these times. You're like, well, we've got the bull structure on these time frames and we're buying pullbacks. And if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just, the market's so hard already as it is. Why do we want to overcomplicate it? This is like, all of us, since we started, it's like a dream for us.
Yeah, give me the days when we were when we first fired up the channel, when things were nuts and vol was huge and things were flying around. That's what I was built for. That's where I shine.
I remember your comment that Sunday night when we gapped down and you were saying like this. I don't remember what you were saying, but you were just like, I have massive size or something like that. I was looking at the same thing, and on Monday morning, I got long my max future size, I got long TQQQ for my swing account. I got long options, calls, and that Monday morning was like 10x the most gains I made. That was like that was the moment to execute.
Oh, I had that career day back in that sequence. And it was not quite a 10x from my prior best, but I mean, I was long in queue, and that news came out, that first news about the tariffs being rolled back or talked down or pushed back or whatever it was. You guys know I'm not the newsman. And it just starts ripping, and I found a little place to add to it. And I've never told this part of the story, but I'll tell it. I've never told this part of the story. I like top ticked the exit, just like ridiculous, like banged in, took some scales, had the ads, scaled the ads a little bit, and then came out at like literally the top. It was incredible.
No, you did. That was like 20,000, no?
20,000.
That you sold, you closed it at 20,000, or maybe that was later
I
on.
don't remember numbers, man. Oh, I could go find it on some long-term charts here. So it would have been like
I remember you were talking, or
in
maybe that
early
was a few
April,
months ago.
like off one of those lows. Oh, no, no, no. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That was when that was Liberation Day, and I was like, we're gonna clear this number or
Yes, yes,
whatever. And I
yes.
did have a really good trade that day, but then that's when the sell-off started after that presser
True,
ended.
true.
And
Yeah,
so
you
this
you,
was
you
like,
timed
I
that.
don't know, weeks after that or something. But anyways, the top tick exit, I've never told anyone this. We had a guy here coming to do work on a bathroom remodel, and he rang the doorbell. And I was like, I've got to get out of this position. This is good enough. And I banged out, and that was the top. It was because some dude rang my doorbell. You know, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
That's gonna be my future sell signal.
Ding dong. Oh me.
All right, so we have both just broke out. I'm looking to buy pullbacks. I like 6790s, 6793 in ES. We can pull back there, or we form acceptance up here, and that'll be a wedge. For NQ, there's really nothing here on this recent pullback. I'd love a little bit more lower, so I'm gonna have to wait and see what the type of structure that we get into this pullback. But I do want to buy that and see if we do push back up. If not, maybe we just take out, ES prior week's high, NQ prior day high, and then we reverse back down to that consolidation.
The market does love to take out poor highs in the pre-market. But then a lot of times it's for whatever dynamic, whatever reason, right? There's still a pit session. There's still a time where a lot more volume is done than in the pre-market. It's like the pit session guys are like, no, we need to take out that poor high too. Like, I know it's already been done. I know technically stops have been run, but for some reason, it's like maybe there aren't hard stops sitting there in Globex, and then there's these firms with mandates to only trade during pit session because of liquidity constraints. And so the stops need to be ran again during the pit session. There is a dynamic of that needing to kind of happen. So I'll be watching
I've
for
seen
that.
that. Yeah, you're
Yep.
right about that.
Yeah, for sure.
And when I was starting out, it's like, oh, maybe there's like a strategy where you look for those highs or lows again in the RTH session, because they would always come. So it's interesting that you bring that up. There's something there for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my day was a lot more than 20K. I'm not gonna talk numbers, but it was a big day. The numbers don't matter, guys. I know like there's a lot of that on Twitter these days.
Yeah.
You guys have no, how can I say this? I tend to be like negative. The retail crowd, of course, not this chat here. The retail crowd apparently has no clue what real money, what real P&L of really big traders looks like. Otherwise, there's a lot of these people who wouldn't be flaunting these big numbers that are not big numbers on X. It's true.
Yep.
I have and am in a position to know that and be surrounded by people who are in those upper echelons of consistent big trading. So I say that like number one, it's kind of a toxic world where this whole comparison game with dollars don't matter. What matters is, can you do it with 1 micro? Can you do it with 8 micros? Can you do it with 2 minis, right? Like, if you can start to do it there, these markets are so deep and so liquid. I promise you the algo doesn't care about you, right? Nobody is trying to get you. You are very, very anonymous until you start to trade much, much larger. Then you have to do things to kind of conceal your identity, if you will, and remain anonymous as a participant in a market. Otherwise, people see your footprints. But anyways, if you can do it small, guys, you can do it big. Period. Flat out. It's not like we're trying to trade in little super thin biotech names where there's not much liquidity. A lot of us are trading the most liquid names on the planet. You can really scale this up, and I encourage you guys to be working towards that and know that it's possible. About to open here. Another thing, don't be in a rush to get too huge. That's a mistake that I made in my career. Don't be in a rush to do that. Stay where you are. Like Nick Saban says, be where your feet are. Ding, ding, ding.
All right, let's see what we get. I'm a buyer of pullbacks. Like in what is that? Wolf from Wall Street?
Is it buyer of pullbacks?
He doesn't say that, but he we can't say what he said
we
here.
can't say most of what was said in that movie.
All right. We hit 93 in ES, which is the zone that I wanted to look at. NQ, right in the middle between 2 zones. Ideally, we can get a little bit. Oh, we're into London's high, or my London's high. My settings are different than what you guys may have. So let's see if we can put in a higher low here against the breakout.
I bought some here, just looking for a little momentum.
In gold, or what is it?
S&P.
Send it.
Order canceled.
Scaled some.
I need 15 in here.
Tracy, Mom, the meatloaf.
Mom, where's the goddamn protein?
More for you and me, right?
Yeah. ES is leading the way. We have cyclicals that are strong.
Pump it. Oh,
Look
I'm
at
gonna scale
that.
some more. I'm going to scale
Beautiful.
some more. I have no expectations for this. Again, just like I told Deli before the stream, I'm just going to be little make it, take it, little scalp stuff here today. In fact, I'm looking for the exit door here as I see sellers on the tape. Yeah. We'll flatten out.
Yeah, NQ's
Great
not
scalp.
really
Perfect
moving.
timing. No heat. Love it. About 3 or 4 more of those and we'll go hit the golf course. Actually, it's a dreary, rainy day here just outside of Nashville.
What happened here? Okay.
Had a babe J Wolf.
little bit of a divergence here between the indices.
So that was exactly the RTH session now. If you guys could show my full screen real quick, I just want people to see this on the profiles. It's just more classic than classic. If we look back at Friday, there we go. We can see we have that 3 wide, 3 different 30-minute TPO periods put in this high, right? Not a great high. The next day, yesterday, we come in and we put these J and K period highs right here. So you have this zone of poor highs stacked together. And so what have we done in the overnight session and now in the pit session here today during A period? We've got the first order of business. Go up and clear out the weak hands inventory above those highs. What's going to happen from there? We don't know. Thank you, NinjaTrader crew. But it's this stuff just happens when you have a condition like that, when the context, the recent kind of couple of days context is like that, this stuff just happens over and over and over. So that's what gave me some confidence going back to the little scalp trade I took. It was a perfect DVA setup. I didn't have great narrative, as I told Deli from pre-market, but I did have the idea of stop runs during the pit session above the past 2 days highs. I didn't overstay my welcome on the trade. There's just so much that goes into even a little scalp like that, right? If you're doing it well. You know what me 10 years ago did when I said, oh, I'm just going to take a scalp? That was me giving myself permission to just take a crappy trade. That's all scalping was for me at the time.
Maybe NQ catches up here and ES goes to new highs. Looking for a wedge setup here.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lack of a really good rejection so far, right? It is kind of tightening short term. That might be too short term of a wedge for your time frames, right? You don't really see a wedge yet.
I need a little bit more.
Yeah.
This could just be building out that consolidation. But I'm happy to wait.
Yeah. Loon, there's a good quote to be said somewhere in there. Maybe we could come up with it together here in the chat. There's a good quote waiting to be made, or probably already exists out there, for the difference in a good use of intuition for someone without the 10,000 hours versus with. So without the 10,000 hours, intuition is just another word for impulsivity. After the 10,000 hours, intuition has been earned, like something like that. No, I do not use a dome at all. I don't have one across any of my monitors or platforms or anything. I'm not interested in advertised trading. I'm interested in trade flow, where, when, how traders are putting their money where their mouth is. Somebody asked for an opinion on crude oil. The lows are vulnerable from last week. It's not great excess. Those lows are vulnerable to start with. So 60 spot 40 is vulnerable to a stop run and needing better excess all the way down to 58.80s. However, we've seen a sharp reversal here today. Those lows from last week, despite them being poor lows, were at substantial areas that can be bullish across multiple time frames. So essentially what I'm saying here is long-term bullish because we just came down and ran the lower edges of the range we've been in since July. Short-term caution, we might need to go a little bit lower before we can find those buyers. That would be my take. I like that one, Thomas. Intuition without experience is just guessing. That's a good one. Mr. Cool Mustache, did you use any options analysis during your career? I have one of the most diabolical, awesome. Let me just, can we delete that from the record? I have a really good options strategy. The problem is it requires active futures delta hedging against naked selling of options. And the problem with that is when I run that strategy, and it's fantastic. When I run that strategy, I don't get to sleep, and that's a problem. It's like being a surgeon that's on call, and it's terrible. I like my sleep. Yeah, I have thought about hiring someone to run it for me, but I have trust issues. So there's that.
Yeah, very hard to trust someone else to execute.
Not even that. It's very hard to trust someone else not to take it and go sell it or stab me in the back. I have had some experiences with that that I don't really talk about because I don't like to throw people under the bus, but it's the trading world can be a scummy place.
All right, so we're holding well here. So we can push out higher, but there's really at the moment, we're just building out this potential wedge structure. We didn't come back down into a support area for me to say, okay, I want to look for a reversal, right? Maybe from like this zone here. We didn't come back down from there. So the only thing that I saw here was some divergence here in RSI on this low here into the 5 minutes into the open. But that's an aggressive entry up here to look for a long here. So I just have to wait and see how this builds out. And if we can form acceptance up here near for ES, prior day high, prior week high.
Short-term buyers showed a little bit of weakness on those kind of last attempts here in the past 5 minutes or so to kind of take it higher. So that's why you're seeing the sellers take advantage of that and press a little bit here. Still not what I would call a confirmed type of wick and excess through the area. To me, it's still hanging out above those highs or in the vicinity of the highs from the past 2 days, which is a bullish thing. If it was bearish, again, you just see them run the stops, and then the sellers, this is how auction market theory works. If the sellers see those prices as so advantageous, higher prices are better. If you're looking to sell your car, would you like to sell it for more or would you like to sell it for less? If you think your car is worth 20K and someone offers you 15K, you're going to be really slow, really reluctant to sell. If you're looking to sell your car and you think it's worth 20K again, and someone offers you 28K, what do? You can't sign that paperwork fast enough, right? Markets are no different. If the sellers see prices as so advantageous, like someone who's thinks their car's worth 20 and somebody offers them 28, you sell it. Boom. What I'm saying is we're not seeing that here from sellers. And they're offering higher, higher prices have been offered, and we're not seeing it as super advantageous from them. AKA order flow, price action. What are we seeing in terms of what sellers think about this area that they're able to sell from? Now, there's a tremendous amount of randomness in markets, guys. That is the hard right edge view right now from my frameworks and kind of the tools I use and things like that. A tweet can drop in the next 30 seconds. Something can happen, and all that's out the window, and you have to kind of reassess and look at the new what is. But regardless, always trade what is, not what you want to be, not what you think should be. We only trade what is.
No follow through anywhere. In other words, just consolidating, attempting to build this wedge now. I'm not really looking too short. Try and limit my directional trades to one side. So we can pull back into some sort of support. I mean, ES is still holding 93, which is that first line in sand. If A and Q pulls back, I would like to see if 185, 190 area holds, if we do get that pullback. But if not, then, and something that we could see here is a potential breakdown from this contraction. Maybe a failed breakdown, take out the morning or the opening lows, and then reverse back up. And then maybe at that point, we complete the acceptance up here and we can see higher. But as of now, we're just consolidating here.
Quick reminder on the giveaway for those of you who are just now tuning in. You can click the link, just a handful of messages up, posted by NinjaTrader. It's highlighted in yellow. They've got a little bit.ly link right there. To celebrate 150,000 subscribers for the NinjaTrader Live Network here, myself and other content folks and streamers and whatnot here with the channel are doing some giveaways. Mine is today. You can get one of my $3,000 courses at no cost to you. You can take your pick between the NADRO course or the scalping course. Hey, you don't have to pick right away. Like if you want to have a brief conversation with me or something like that to help you pick which one you'd like, I'm happy to do that, on Discord or email or something. But in general, NADRO course, if you want to really learn how to read context, use long-term VWAPs, profiles, things like that. If you want to learn a bit more short-term order flow-based trading, then the scalping course is the one that you want. Downtown.
Yeah, get to it, guys. Don't make me try and beat you to get that course.
I thought about clicking the link and applying just to see how funny it would be if it was me that was picked. Let me refresh the browser real quick. Make sure I'm not okay. Yeah, never mind.
In the meantime, guys, that's a big giveaway for Merritt. Get those likes up. Yeah, we've done a great job at getting to 150,000. There's almost 1,200 of you guys watching us. I know there should be 1,200 applying for the course giveaway. So get those likes up for that big gift that Merritt is giving us all. Well, not me. I'm jealous of you guys, but you guys can share it with me. Maybe help me out here with my...
a like of today's stream is a requirement for winning the giveaway. I think that's fair. I think that's a low bar.
If you don't like it and you applied, that's not a good look.
Someone asked a question. Downtown says, Merritt, I think there's an over-reliance on indicators with retail traders. Let me just address that first sentence before we get to your main question. I don't think it's an over-reliance on indicators. I think this could be semantics. There is an overestimated belief by retail traders, and we all go through this, I think, that you can find that magic indicator, or that you can find that magic combination of indicators, or that you can find that magic setting for an indicator, right? Like a moving average period. Oh no, I've got to go to the 89 EMA, right? That's the one that's giving me the best signals. There is no such singular, simple indicator that you can just slap on a chart, and that when you get that indicator that gives you that, it just prints money for you. That doesn't exist. So if that's what you're saying with kind of the over-reliance, then I totally agree. There is no magic bullet with indicators. I think indicators are a fantastic thing. I use indicators, but they have job descriptions. They're indicators that I understand the price action and the math that goes into even creating them. I understand why I use them, where I use them, when I use them.
Yep.
And they're fantastic. An indicator is like, hey, computer, do this math for me so I don't have to figure it out on my own. That's what they are. It's like, instead of staring at a table of data, we look at charts with open, high, low, and close graphic formations. Charts are an indicator. Indicators are good things. They help us. The problem is people go searching for the indicator rather than searching for a great methodology that then makes intelligent use of indicators to help them do what they need to do as a trader. That's the difference. So to get to the main part of your question, if I can re-find it. If you could only have one indicator on your chart, what would that be? Oof.
Price.
Well, I mean, for sure. It would be, I could trade naked price action again in a heartbeat. That wouldn't be a major problem.
That's a good challenge. Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of where I came from, and I do like my VWAPs. I'm going to say the delta. I can almost estimate where profile values areas are by looking at price action. You can see where there's clusters and where there's edges of ledges and things like that. Estimate where there's value, where there's excess. That's not hard because I kind of know how to do that from my 80,000 hours. Delta, on the other hand, is something that I would have to stare at a time and sales window to start to try to map out in my mind where's delta and what's it doing. So for me, it's going to be the delta for sure would be the one indicator I would keep. I could go pure price action for the rest. Wouldn't be my choice. I like the profiles and the VWAP stuff. Is there another? The only other indicator I use is relative volume, right? Other than custom stuff like you see my algo signals with the little green and red dots and arrows on this intraday chart. The only indicators I use for NADRO or scalping are VWAPs, delta, and relative volume. I guess market profile is an indicator, or volume profile is an indicator, but yeah, profiles. What did you guys do for a living while learning to trade? When I came out of college, I was a financial advisor for Merrill Lynch.
What? I didn't know this.
Yeah, I thought in my naivety thought that that was going to be like a portfolio manager job, and they were like, "Quit looking at charts, pick up the phone." I was like, "Oh my
Yeah, get
gosh,
those
this is
sales
not
up.
for me."
Those are rookie numbers.
I stripped for a long time. Big mustache, big stripper guy. People loved it. That's a joke. No, I got lucky. Well, I had some setbacks. I tried to start my own fund and I failed. That flopped within like a month. I waited tables for a while. And then I was really focused on my own trading, again, waiting some tables, things like that. And then started to put it together, started to make some money. I got the offer to be a part of a hiring class at S&B Capital, moved to New York. So from that moment on, I've been doing nothing but trading. I see you're in a trade, Chris. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, we completed this wedge structure and we're attempting to break out. I do want to position myself for higher if we're not going to go through a pullback. So if we are going to build up value here and form acceptance like through this wedge structure, then to me, it just can mean that higher prices can follow. But I worked at a restaurant too when I was starting out. I like to tell this story that because we all go through different sort of our own journey is different but similar in a way, because I thought that if I forced myself to not have an income, I would make it in the market. So I took an absence of leave for a month from the restaurant I was at. And I said, hey, no, I have to feel the pain of not making an income to be disciplined, to commit to my rules, right?
Let's make this harder than it even is.
Yeah. And I thought that was the answer.
I love your mentality though, man. That's fantastic. I love that.
And so it wasn't the answer. But it did set me up for the future, because I was able to, like, it was a good step in that direction, is eventually I started losing less money and less money and less money. And then eventually I was able to make some money, and that became more and more over time. And then, you get these bigger projects that come up. But yeah, we don't have to come from a fancy background to make it out. Matthew, the link is Merritt's link is in the chat somewhere. It's not too far
you don't have
up
to
from
scroll far up. Just scroll.
Yeah, it's like maybe 15, 20 comments from yours.
Relative volume is really, there's not much to say about it. It is a measure of volume relative to what's normal. And if there is to an extreme low level of activity, that's not good for momentum entries and getting, nice clean price action and rotations. That's not a good recipe for that, right? It's a good recipe for kind of chop. If you have well above average volume, well then, hey, that is a good indication that you can see price expansion, maybe some nice momentum, things like that. So Volume and activity it's a prerequisite. Like a lot of people kind of like sleep on that a little bit, but volume, you could look at the linkage between, there is a direct correlation between volume and volatility, period. So being aware of high volume, low volume, standard volume for the session is it's good.
All right, so I moved my stop up under this first high-low area to bring down my risk from -1R to -0.5R in case there was no follow-through, no higher low sequence. And so there wasn't, so the trade came back down and I took a -0.5R stop. So it looks like we're just going to be consolidating here more. And I'm just going to wait for if we do pull back into support.
And I missed a short while I was talking to chat. I would short life. I would have to stand up for S&B there though. It's I don't know about what you mean by a flop there, but it's a really good firm with a bunch of really good traders. It's the real deal.
We've just been sideways since we got that push up into 265 in NQ and 6800 in ES. As we build a consolidation here.
Oh, missed that short. It was like, okay, I took the long here, came out of it, didn't overstay the welcome. Perfect. We're just building, but then we see sellers start to accelerate a bit here, okay? You see the delta pushing lower. And then we got this classic NADRO-based extreme fade setup right to the +1. And I was over here totally focused on the chat and everything.
Yes, weak. We may fail
Dang.
and break below this 93 area. Is that what you were looking to short? Yes.
Yes, on that last little move higher into 67.99. It happened fairly quick, so I was just goes to show, guys, there's, like, look, I'm doing this stream. I'm here to help you guys in the chat and do all this stuff. So there is a little bit of give and take with some of the trading. Sometimes I try to focus on the trading because that's what I want to bring to the table. But the point I want to make here is there's always the ability for you guys to make the mistake that I just did, for you guys to get distracted by something, whether it's some kind of content, you're scrolling around, you pull up your phone, you're looking at something on X or a YouTube video, whatever it is, right? You can easily lose focus for a moment and miss a setup, especially as short-term scalping type stuff, right? It's easier on a 4-hour chart to not miss stuff, but yeah.
All right, so let's see if we can come down here and break and have a commitment to this move lower here. If not, we're just going to continue chopping it up. I think that's 5 weeks now in a row where we are in just consolidating on our Tuesday shows.
NQ looks worse than the S&P in terms of chop fest.
Yeah, seeing a lot of semis are pulling back.
Oh, I missed the short. Okay, so here's another lesson. I got to move on. I got to refocus. The next shot is more important than the last mistake. That's like 3 or 4 times where I've been like, ugh, right? A little bit of frustration from missing a trade. I have to be self-aware, as I have been here, to say, hey, I have to put my coaching hat on. I got my master's hat on today. Hey, I gotta talk to myself as a good self-coach, not beat myself up for the mistake. I gotta put the coaching hat on. I gotta pretend I'm Steenberger, pretend I'm Tindler. I have to tell myself the next shot is more important than the last mistake. You made a mistake, fine. We can review it at the end of the day. We can tear it apart to your heart's content. We can do market replay. We can check the journal. We can do the everything. But right now, that's not your job. Right now, your job is to stay objective and look for the next place where it's appropriate to put risk on and manage the risk. That's your job. So sit down and shut up. But in seriousness, it's a big lesson that I had to learn over years, because I was pretty mean to myself, and that would lead to snowballing, compounding mistakes rather than just having the one mistake.
All right, so we're getting that hourly pullback now. It's confirming a little bit better in ES. We broke out of this range that I highlighted. We're pulling back into the 9MA, which is typically where you get that higher low area hold, or that low area hold to create a higher low, and then it bounce back up. So if we are to do that, we are to do that here. For NQ, a little bit stronger against this breakout from ES, but this is that potential higher low area for scenario 1. That's the ideal pullback area that I like to buy. So let's see if something sets up here, as this could just be a higher low before we once again continue high. If not, ES may want to go back test that breakout, which is around 85. We do have something around 86, 85. It's a lot of
I know the least about Pokemon of anyone on the planet, but GT, my phrase for that is, this ain't Pokemon. We can't catch them all. Oh, there was a good question earlier. Discipline. Discipline. How do you guys maintain discipline? We've touched on this before in past streams. I think Chris and I are super aligned on this. I think discipline, for the most part, is a 4-letter word for traders. I don't think that cracking through to the other side of, okay, now I'm disciplined, now I'm doing the right things, I don't think that battle should be about discipline, willpower, denying yourself, all of those things that make up that thing that people tend to think about with discipline, right? I think that once you actually develop a process with rules and checklists that you can use and things like that, once you actually know when and where the strategy calls for you to put trades on, and when and where your execution tactics call for you to access these ideas and put trades on, and how to size them and how to scale out and how to do everything, Once you have all those things running and you have some basic work that you've done on the mental framework, psychology side of things, understanding market randomness, understanding that no matter how good your indicators are, no matter how good your process is, you can't know what's going to happen next. Once you put all those things together, guess what kind of fades away? 90%. The need to have this SEAL Team 6 level discipline, because you're no longer dealing with all these crazy strong emotions and impulses and all these things that arise up in us naturally that you have to try to suppress and fight. If you do the work on the front end to work on your mental framework, have a great risk plan, have a methodology with edge that you truly have a documented process for and understand, trading life becomes easier. It's less of a battle. Less, not perfect, but less, much, much less. That's my answer on the discipline question.
I agree.
20 minutes left to enter for the giveaway, or for those of you who are interested in a free $3,000 course from Apteros Trading. Your choice, Nadro or scalping. You know, let's sweeten the pot a little bit too. I will throw in a 30-minute one-on-one with the winner at a time of their choosing once they've at least gone through the course twice. Once you've gone through the course, really studied the material, things like that, let's have a one-on-one Zoom call, 30 minutes, and I will help you in terms of where you're at, maybe some holes in your thinking or your plan, or you can show up to that call with your own notes, or what you think you'd like some feedback from me, what you're struggling with, things like that. Just look at the NinjaTrader posts. They're highlighted in yellow in the chat, guys. Just scroll up a little bit and you'll see that bit.ly link to join.
Yeah, they're there.
They're still there.
All right, so we saw that undercut in NQ. ES did dip down a little bit. We're seeing that 90 MA higher low pullback that I shared on the hourly. I am trying to see if I can enter on this failed breakdown here in NQ and then possibly just sit in that with a stop at the lows. If we do start to attempt to break out higher, then I'm just going to look for some short-term higher high, higher low structure here to confirm that it is ready to break out. Until that happens, I'm just going to wait and put my order here. If it does get filled out, and then have a stop down here, and then looking to just sit in that to see if we can continue building up here and then set up for higher. But it's just kind of just range bound again. Eventually, one Tuesday will treat us with a lot of volatility. All right, so this is my attempt at the long here. I got filled in it.
I'm looking to just sit in this through this chop. We put in that hourly higher low. So if we fail that hourly higher low now, it can lead to a failed breakout. And at that point, my trade will be invalid. Let's see if ES can hold here.
Thought about shorting S&P on this latest move higher up into kind of that 95, 96 area here. But this is such an inferior trade location compared to the short that I missed, that unfortunately I'm just not going to make that kind of compromise for this level of opportunity, which is low. But I like the short.
This action has been choppy. I mean, really last week, I had a swing in ES yesterday. Why I attempted to put one on at 81, but I closed it at break even last night just because I thought, okay, we're probably going to go back to 60s.
'60s, like 67, '60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just tough with that vulnerable area at the highs, until that got taken out. For me, now that we actually have something cooking in terms of rejection, brand new acceptance back inside a 2-day CVA, pretty good, short-term bearish bias. We've got a little notch in the profile at 67.84, and then the other side of the 2-day value is at 67.74, which is the exact overnight lows. A lot of times, guys, if you have really good analysis, we see this all the time with NADRO traders. It's not that we look at the overnight high and overnight low after. The overnight high and the overnight low form at NADRO-based kind of places that make sense. Like this market came down to the lower edge of 2-day value, and that is the low that was put in to the tick. And then it trades up. We attempted the breakout from 2-day value, and now that has failed. And so it's not super strong because of the fact that we've now tested the low edge, really tested the high edge, taken out poor highs and failed. That's the most recent thing to happen, so that shifts me bearish. But anytime you're taking out both sides of a value area, it's one of our laws of market dynamics in the NADRA course, is the spectrum of opportunity. And once you've already kind of cleared out both sides, there's not really the freshness element to maybe a failure or rejection from an area, because it's kind of just back and forth. So the spectrum of opportunity is much lower in a situation like this.
I closed my trade a little bit under my entry just because I don't want to sit in this chop. I'm going to wait for some acceptance either at these highs or possibly lows. Which is correcting through time. ES is a little bit weaker, hanging around this 93 zone. Yeah, so Merritt just said that he's including a 30-minute call, and the likes remain the same.
I almost spit out my coffee.
We need to get those likes
What
up
the heck, guys?
to 800.
If you haven't hit the thumbs up, we will not honor the giveaway. You can't win unless you've smashed the thumbs up. It's an official rule at this point. Now I'm pissed.
There you go. That was fast. Okay, we can do better.
If you have not liked today's stream, you are not eligible to win the prize. Shave your stash and I'll like it. Yeah, guys, the more when you hit it twice, you undo it.
600 now. That's better. We can do at least to 850 before our segment is up.
Yeah, that would be a much better ratio for the number of viewers. I'm curious. I wonder how many people. Never mind. I'm not even going to say it. Nope. I'm not going to do it. Hey, I've been rocking a stash before stashes were cool. Before it was like this like ironic thing that only like the hipsters would do. I've been a stash guy for a while.
I wish I could grow one.
You can't?
No. I don't grow much facial hair. At least I'll look good when I'm 50. I'll look 30.
Very nice.
My head hair takes all the power.
Buyers just not really responding. I expect us to continue pressing lows here.
I mean, we're pretty much non-existent on the weekly candle. Just no movement here. Or the daily, that's the daily. Pretty flat on the daily.
It's a significant high though, right? Obviously can be short-lived, but it's exactly what we were talking about pre-market. If we come onto that area, run stops. We talked about how the pit session also likes to get theirs in. They did it and they failed. They stalled for a while. It did not look super aggressive. So let's be clear about what I said and my calls and all these kind of things. So at one point I was saying the sellers are not responding. We're hanging out here. That's a bullish thing. And I stand by that. But then the sellers did respond and they've been in control ever since. So that could be a decent high for a day or two. It absolutely could. Let's not forget we are in a rip-roaring bull market here, uptrend on across longer term time frames. But shorter term traders, you don't always have to trade with the daily bar chart trend. I know I certainly don't.
Yeah. Sometimes you get these days where it's just not much action, but I mean, I'm glad I swing trade because it's this market, man.
It's so nice to layer in different strategies on different time frames, and as a trader, you almost elevate yourself to like a portfolio manager level, to where you got a couple different strategies working, you got a couple different things. And
Yeah.
guess what it does, guys? It actually reduces the burden for you to show up every day with the short-term stuff and try so hard to grind out a profit, which is a bad thing to do anyways. But when you start to layer in a little bit of swing trading, a little bit of things like that, it just does something positive for your mentality as well. I should do more of it myself. I kind of man, the things that we're working on in the background right now at Apteros like are just dominating my day to day right now. And so I only have the bandwidth for so many things at once.
Time to get an assistant.
Oh, I've got them. GC. What do I think about GC? It's parabolic in the first place, which is like playing with dynamite. Okay, it's parabolic on the high time frames. It's parabolic. It's nuts. What does that mean? Why am I pointing that out? Gold could rip back down 200 points in 2 days, and that would not surprise me whatsoever. I'm not saying that you need to start picking tops and that I'm bearish gold. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the nature of parabolic moves. Okay? It is unsustainable. Now, I could have been saying that for the past month, right? But it every day, with every passing day, it becomes even more so. So it's very, very parabolic. You need to understand the implications of that. Stepping down to lower time frames, we got a nice little bull line in the sand for trend continuation right here today against, call it 39.91. Maybe a wick down into yesterday's value high at 39.83. So somewhere between 83 and 91 is kind of like a general parabolic uptrend is persisting line in the sand. That would be my take on GC here today.
Hey guys,
The
2
last
minutes
hour. Go ahead.
or 3 minutes for Merritt's link.
That's right. Last call really here. They just posted the link above. If any of you are just joining, giving away your choice of one of Apteros Trading's $3,000 training programs, and a 30-minute one-on-one with me after you've gone through the course at least 2 times. Then you and I will circle up. I will help you however I can.
That's dos for our Spanish speakers.
And you have to smash the thumbs up button. So if you haven't smashed the thumbs up, you are ineligible to win.
Yeah, it'll be tracked.
Well, we're tracking it.
I think you're almost at 1,000. 933 entries.
Oh, you can see how many?
Yeah, I clicked on it and I'm so close to submitting.
So only 66% of you are eligible to win because of the like disparity.
All right, there's a minute left.
How's the dynamic going to work for picking? Okay, they're just going to let me know directly, and I will call it out.
Oh, today?
Yeah,
Right now?
we're gonna announce it a few
Awesome.
minutes after it closes. The team's gonna run the randomizer algo on the entrance, and we'll see.
In the meantime, ES is finally getting a deeper pullback here into that breakout at 85. NQ is pretty much flat, but it's still, it is a little bit attempting a possible breakdown here in this range that we've been building. If we do fail to bounce back up, then we're most likely going to come and test that prior week high at 195, and then that breakout at 185. So that's that next area of support here, and then we'll see if something shows up. But yes, look at that, just sell off right after taking out that prior week high.
Well, check out that low usage area on the profile we talked about. That's the first area of interest into that kind of 83, 84 region right there off that 2-day composite. And then the other downside target is 74. Should have been a cowboy. What was that, bro?
All right, the Merritt's link is closed. Good luck to all of you.
Just like Gene and Roy. You listen to any country, Chris? Out in LA.
The answer. You know the answer to
you
that.
You really repping that old 90s country, Brooks and Dunn. What's your go-to kind of stuff right now?
I like to listen to, I grew up on hip hop and rap back in the day. And then recently over the years, it's just been EDM. No country for me. Sometimes I'll put on who do I like that I put on what are the White Strokes, or what are they called?
The White Stripes.
Stripes.
I go to the same guy that Jack White goes to for his guitar amp work. He's a super cool guy. That's kind of like, obviously LA's cool. You guys have all kinds of stuff, but that's Nashville for you right there. Like, you go to a little music shop, it's like, yeah, this is the guy that does Jack White's rig work,
That's cool.
No country for old Chris. Oh yeah, I play guitar. Absolutely. I played the violin or the fiddle. I'm from Alabama, let's not forget. From the age of 5. I was in the band. I was the section leader of the drum line in the band until I got too cool and decided to quit in like the 10th grade. Guitar, I'm like huge into guitar. I play a lot of like Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jimi Hendrix, that kind of like blues. Anything in the minor pentatonic. It's my wheelhouse.
And bouncing back up in NQ. No break down. So we're just going to look, we're going to potentially continue this range.
I'm from a very musical town. You guys should all go watch the documentary about the area that I'm from in Alabama. It's a documentary called Muscle Shoals, Muscle, Shoals, Shoals. It's about how this little cinder block building in nowhere, Alabama, was the recording studio capital of the world for a while. And it's a very cool documentary.
In your hometown or your town?
Yeah, the call it like the Tri-Cities. I'm from out in the country outside of that area, but that is the neighboring metropolis.
So
The
you
Swampers,
walk
that's right,
out,
Jim.
you walk out of the house and you already have a guitar on?
I literally grew up on a dirt road. It was not paved. Yeah, so gold lifting off of that area. S&P's boringly bouncing off that Helen Keller. That's right, Florence. That's did I know her?
Old Helen Keller.
I know I look old, but I'm not that old.
I want a good pullback in NQ. We're not getting anything. We do have a daily and weekly flip on ES. God, this weekly, since those April lows, is nonstop. I feel like that pullback eventually will hurt. Oracle shops, no.
Okay, for a couple of years, I have had X notifications totally off. I don't get notifications on my phone just to, live my real life.
Not even dailies? Wow.
Yeah. I turned them back on recently. There's a couple things I wanted to keep up with. And I swear to you, I have like any type of notifications from your network or like any of those kind of like random things all off. But I'm still getting like random stuff like from these toxic traders, you know who they are out there who embrace that role. I'm getting some of those people pumped onto my phone, and I don't want that.
Well, look, if you guys are short, you guys are making your points. Fantastic. Yes, just a better short than NQ. Maybe NQ follows now.
Smart Trade says, how do I deal with closing my short too early? Whew, we could go deep on this one. Number one, the first thing you have to realize there is no such thing as perfect trade management, right? Like with the benefit of hindsight, there's no such thing. You have to pick a lane. You have to make choices in terms of developing your niche and your strategy. There's no such thing as like, yeah, I always hold it whenever it trends, and I always cut it short or scratch it whenever it doesn't look good and I think it's reversing. That doesn't exist, guys. You can have a combination of things like I like to do, scale some out, leave some on when appropriate. And number two, there's no such thing as exiting early if you decide you want to follow a process for trade management and then you want to actually follow that process. Develop it, have it written out, have it on your desk, and then follow it, or don't, and then get disgusted enough after not following it enough, like I did, and start to follow it. Learn to be process driven. First of all, you got to have a process. Oh yeah, Johnny Lang, Kenny Wayne Shepherd. All right, is everyone ready in the chat for the announcement of the winner?
Drum roll. Do you have a drum roll soundbite? Okay.
The winner is, let me read this, Anthony Crudele. Anthony Crudele. Are you in the chat? You have won. Is this thing rigged? Is this thing rigged?
I know that guy.
Hey, something doesn't seem right about this. Something ain't right with this. Something stinks. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The winner is Jay. It's at JJ Ritz. JJ Ritz.
Woo!
Woo woo. Woo woo. Congrats,
Show
Jay.
yourself. Oh, is that him?
I can't tell. That might be him.
Which Jay are you? You got to show us if you liked it first. Did you like the stream? Fantastic. Good for you, Jay.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
Jay, do you know which of the two between scalping or Nadro you would like?
Yeah, fantastic. Great job.
Yeah. You can be in contact with our team, and we can help you choose. No problem. $150,000 subs on NinjaTrader Live. That's really, really cool. Congrats. Thanks for applying, everybody. Obviously, there's a whole lot of people taking the L here. But it was essentially a 1 out of 1,000, half and half. Then you're just left with holes in your plan for either. Oh, me. Yeah, we are going to be giving stuff away all week long, guys. So tune in every day. This is just the first of many. We crossed the 150K subs, so this was like the first one. As far as I know, every streamer all week long is going to be giving away some really, really cool stuff. I don't know about the whole Ferragamos thing. I don't know if that's just a joke or somebody's actually going to get a pair of loafers, but hey, we'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah, mine will be on Thursday. Then, and we can continue with the giveaways.
Sweet.
Hey, Smart Trade, thanks for tagging along since then. That's been a while. I think 2022. By the way, I did recently do a new interview with Chat with Traders, which should be out in the next month or two. It's just to catch up with what's happened over the last 2 years. Since the last interview I did with them was a month before my kidney transplant. So I was down bad for that interview. Just that area of support that I wanted to look. Let me share this. Let me share this hourly plan again. So for NQ, the main idea here was that we could not hold prior day high and form some acceptance up here. We could pull back into prior week highs and this 25,185 area, which is that first area of support. Because if we form acceptance down here, then we can see, price can traverse back down to 100, 110s. So this is where I want to see if we do get some sort of support. For ES, it's a little bit of a mess now. It failed to hold this range breakout. It's now into the 6780s zone. Maybe we hold here and maybe that becomes a failed breakdown and undercut and bounce. But I think if you were short against that failure at the prior week highs, that was fantastic. We're now coming into a first area of support, and we'll see if we can
be met with some demand.
Yeah, guys. So for those of you trading the S&P, look, we could have put in the high for the year, right? Like that's always possible. It's less likely, but 6780 to that profile area 6774 is kind of what's on my radar in terms of downside target, reasonable intraday downside targets. We'll put it that way, right? You can trade all kinds of time frames and different stuff, but that's my humble take. Have I mentioned that I missed that short? It was a good one. Good morning, Mr. Whiskers.
Is that your cat, Merritt?
Come again?
Is that your cat? Yeah, momentum begets momentum. See, we can put in a new low in NQ here and see what happens. Maybe we get a second lower low from this breakdown, and then at that point can set up a reversal trade. I mean, at this rate, ES might come down to this London low, overnight low. But I think NQ can put up a fight here at this prior week high.
Yes, Lucas. I took one trade. It was long rate Chia just after the open and exited up into this region. So just a little scalp, took out one rotation, and then as I've been lamenting on stream, I missed this short because I was deep in chat land talking to you guys, and then there's been nothing for me to do since. And that is something that you guys can also, it's easily missed in a setting like this. I try to stress it anytime I can. There are opportunities, and then there are a lot more areas of non-opportunity. And when you see someone like myself, someone like Chris doing nothing, a lot of times that's half the battle, right? So it's a big deal. No, one trade for me today, and one missed trade.
Yeah, I think that's easier when you know what you're looking for, and you know that
exactly
when everything lines up, you'll execute. Not only execute, but you'll size up. I think that the next step for a lot of traders is that they need to identify where they can size up. But there's a lot of fear of that because they're trading in areas that is resulting in a lot of losses, right? Or maybe they're not consistently profitable yet. But you have to size up your best opportunities. I'm a big believer in that. You just have to. Oh, Tracy, you were on Chat with Traders too?
I can't wait to meet Tracy. I feel like I need to set up like a selfishly set up like a one-on-one with her just to just let the knowledge flow, just learn so much. I was on listened to her talk earlier this morning, going through some of the news items, and I was just like, man, I'd love to hear more about that. Interest rates, dollar, carry trades, the stuff she knows about crude oil, insane.
Yeah, I bet.
Not a great low and not a great buying response so far from buyers from these areas. So it definitely appears the little down move is very much alive and intact. And I haven't seen anything yet from buyers or from any kind of price action to indicate otherwise. So expect continued push lower. Does that mean I can bang in for a short right here? No, it doesn't. See you, Chris.
You're out of here?
Oh, no. There's a Chris in the chat that was saying bye to us. See you, bud. I'm out. That's it.
I was like, what did I miss?
The giveaway's done. I've done my role here. I'm out.
I'm out.
And for that reason, I'm out. Oh, man, I was the king of Irish goodbyes at like parties and stuff in college. I would just dip hard. I would just bounce. I've never been much of a partier. There was many a Friday, Saturday night where old loser Merritt was in front of the screens running replays while my best friends and roommates and stuff were hitting the town.
Yeah, I would get home from the restaurant at 1, 2 in the morning, and I'd wake up at 5 to learn how to trade during the week. You got to want it.
Yep. And I always say it's got to be something more than just this desire for money or wealth. I just think that is, for whatever reason, while that may be a powerful motivator for many, I assume that like some of the old school like Crudele and Pax and those guys, they know many exceptions to this rule. I would actually love to ask them this question and get the answer. So if you guys are in the chat, would love to hear your thoughts. But I personally don't know any high level traders, very good, very successful with a good sustained kind of track record. Doesn't mean they don't draw down, but good traders who doesn't have this like intrinsic motivation for markets, this like love for markets themselves, to see it as like a puzzle, see it as like a creative thing that they get to come in every day and try to unlock and be challenged by and these kind of things, rather than just like the kind of more hustler kind of like money driven kind of mentality. There is no exceptions to that rule in at least my spheres that I'm in. People who are interested in markets and love that component of it, not just the end result, are the ones that I see having success. And I agree with Lucas right there. You need a little bit of psycho in you to do it. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, people won't get your sacrifices.
Yeah, the whole like keep a perfectly balanced life and learn how to like short-term trade for a living. I don't think that exists. I understand that like there's times even for me where I need to take a vacation, I need to step away, I need to get away from the screens. That's absolutely a thing, and you got to do that at times where you get burnt out, but you have to grind so hard to figure this thing out, and you have to make sacrifices that any good trader will tell you that. You just can't you know, you can't put in like a 9 to 5 on trading at the front end and figure it out. I don't think. You got to obsess. You got to be a little crazy.
Yeah.
I had several times, as I've been very open about, where I thought I had truly made it, and I had not yet. And
What was that? Was that a dollar figure that made you think that?
more so of just consistency of results. Like you put together this ridiculous string of performance, and the performance was real. The thing for me, it was that my mind, my mentality, my mindset, my psychology was not up to par with my technical prowess of seeing market movement and understanding where opportunities could be. I was the problem for a couple years, and I would essentially play by the rules and be a good boy for a little while, and then I would just turn into a monster and go crazy. And whether it's like I start to have a drawdown, and then next thing you know, everything I'm doing is trying to get back that P&L rather than just trying to trade well and embrace a drawdown, accept that I'm going to have periods of underperformance. And I couldn't handle that. I couldn't handle losing. I couldn't handle being wrong. I couldn't handle those kind of things. And it would bring out the very worst in me. And I wasn't ready yet from that perspective. I had the chart stuff down. I had a lot of that stuff down early. In fact, you could go dig up you remember those of you who followed like FT71 back in the day, he used to do trader interventions. Any of you guys remember that or ever seen anything about that? He did one of those with me one time. And he told me straight up, like, your problem's not technical, buddy. Your problem is between your ears. And that's why, Jay, who won the course today, the very first section of the NADRO course is what's called Module 1, Mental Framework, where I passionately teach about the mental frameworks that you need to develop, the belief systems that you need to rewire, all those things that you need to do in order to have a chance at letting your technical and trading skills and risk management skills and all the other things that you got to do come to fruition. So it's a big deal.
Happy 150K day.
Hey,
Just
awesome.
heard the good news.
Yeah, dude.
Now
How's your morning going?
Sitting in the shorts. I got two runners.
Nice.
The buyers are being a little annoying right now, but I think we'll make it work. I think so.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I'd be interested in what your take is and what your plan is for kind of your core position. But it's one of those days to me, it feels like maybe don't overstay the welcome on kind of runners. I don't know. What do you think?
I would have to agree. I scaled out pretty aggressively on
Yeah.
these. I had 8 total. I took 2 at new low, and I took 2 at prior day close right here. And as they started stalling, I was like, well, I'm not going to give this can revert all the way, like you're saying. I'm not going to try to get a few more points, like 10 to 12 more, and risk the whole thing back. So I peeled off 2 more. So now I'm just down to 2. And
Cool.
I think as long as they're building, which it looks like they are now, we could make our way through this low volume spot into the next node. So I'm going to put one of my TPs is there. And then I have a level here at 100, one something, where hopefully I can get the last one off, but I'm keeping a close eye on these. I will manually close them out if something changes. But for right now, I'm just noticing that they are building lower. They do have a build in the 70s right now that's not exactly happy, so I'm keeping an eye. Yeah, just sitting in these for now.
Cool. Good trade, man. That looks nice. I was the S&P looks a little bit different. It offered what I would say a better entry from higher rather than where NQ did. So like around 857 Central. As the chat knows, I missed that trade. I've been griping about it forever, but that's cool. Where you ended up getting in, at least by
I
your
got
floor
in on
price.
after a break lower.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Like the smaller pullback later. Those are
yeah, the
just tough.
pullback.
Those are tough for me, man. A lot of times, if I don't get the like secure, like the what I might call the ideal trade location, it's kind of tough to find some of those
It
second
is.
chance, third chance kind of spots. But good on you for doing
It
that.
definitely is. I mean, your short was the much better one. I just wasn't at my desk yet.
Hey,
But
West
ES,
Coast is
this is
rough, man. I
actually
get it.
ES. You make a good point with ES. It is the reason why I decided to stab the short. So prior to this break, even after, I was thinking to myself, like, this might be a completely like no trade stream. We've got like a 50-point range. Nothing is indicating that we're going to extend. Even after the extension, I was like, if they start to really flood in buying and fail at some point, then I'll get in.
Hmm.
Otherwise, I'm not gonna step in anybody's way. They did buy a lot. They bought a lot through this VWAP and then back into this area. That's why I gave this a shot, tight risk, because it's like almost the middle of the day's range at the time. But what gave me extra confluence was not only is ES just trending downwards, the low that ES put in
It was
when this
garbage
pulled back was
initially. Yeah.
really bad.
Yeah, yeah. It was a
So
trash
bad.
low
So
for sure. I
in
I
my
talked about
mind,
that.
I can at least get some size off and be paid on that, tighten the risk, actually just minimize the risk entirely and be able to have a chance at lower. So
Yep, I see that.
that is the reason for the short. So ES really did get me into the short. Without it, I wouldn't have tried it.
Cool.
How's it going for you guys this morning?
Good. I caught the scalp long on that initial pullback in the S&P after the open and just rode it up to kind of that near that overnight high area and just took it off. I was just not trying to overstay my welcome on anything. So that was it for me. That's all I've done. Chris took a couple stabs.
Yeah, no luck for me. I just flattened out in this range and I just sat through it to see what would happen
Yeah, that
and
range
get a
is insane.
pullback. So we'll see how I'll buy it once we get to a good area.
I think the 100s, right above the 100s, a little bit can certainly bid.
Yeah,
Hopefully we
110s.
get there. I'm trailing my stops now.
Yeah,
So
you got a
hopefully
good
this,
short. Just trail that.
yeah, this is I mean, gotta say I got blessed with this one for sure because if ES didn't put in that low that it did, I wouldn't have the conviction to try to nab the short. So the market just gave me some good to work with. Because yeah, like Merritt was saying, it looked like I just didn't have anything on the table. A 50-point range, I can't really play in that, knowing that if I even get the whole day's range, it's really only a 50-point runway. It's probably I'm gonna just kill myself. Like I'm gonna chop myself to death and just it won't be good. But luckily, ES did give me that low, that really bad low to work with. And sometimes the market does it for you, sometimes it doesn't. I'm gonna start trailing this a little lower now.
Yeah, man. All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah, enjoyed it, Chris. As always.
Likewise. I'll see
Chat,
you next
thank you guys
week.
so much. All the likes, all the just fantastic questions as usual. I feel like we need to start like my team needs to start like taking some clips from these sessions and just the awesome questions you guys bring, and we need to start sharing those or something. We'll look into doing that. But yeah, enjoyed it as always, Chris.
Yeah.
And congrats to Jay again, and congrats to NinjaTrader Live. Awesome.
See you guys.
XY.
See ya, man.
Kill it
Good luck.
now. Take care, guys. Later, chat.
All right, guys. You guys are stuck with me now. We just took one off. London opens right here at 163, so covered there. We are down to one. I am going to, I don't want to trail this too tight. It's like a freebie at this point. Can't complain. Honestly, I didn't think I'd have a trade at all, so Sometimes the market loves you, sometimes it hates you. What can you do? We do have a single print working. Now, yeah, we have actually left this volume behind. So some of you may know, some of you not yet, because the playbook is not yet published, but this is what I work against, just volume that I think will lose their position. If you look at this chart here, you can see that got an entry in there, and 5-day rolling, left it behind, back into this area, and we are running. So banger trade. I am happy with it. I likely will not be taking another trade after this, guys. I'm gonna actually trail this and lock it in. So the reason, I'll go through it now. This is not the only good trade that the market's gonna give. And I think this because of where we're going. We are going to a spot that can see a bid, right? This is another low volume area, but I think this little line here, what, 10, I don't know, 101s, 100s, this could provide a substantial bid. If not, this thing can really continue to run. This is going to be the next like decision spot. Reason being, if you look this way, we do have a taper, and they tapered it again, and they tapered it again. If this does not remain a taper now, we get access back below this range. There's another additional, X amount of runway that we can use to take this further down to the weekly open again. But it's from this taper. 3, 4 profiles now with it. Ooh. I'm not gonna play with this. All right. We got everything. I think that was like probably 80 some points. So happy with that. It's a good day for me, P&L wise already. I am not going to take any more. So we're just running through things. So if you had just joined, I had 8 lots on around here in the 20s. 2 off when we broke a new low, 2 off down here, and I wanted to take 2 at prior day close. But they took forever, right? I was not going to risk like 6. I wasn't going to risk the entire move back for 6 more points. So I took 2 off again. Went down to 2. Took 1 off in London Open 163, and then took the last off just now. What Merritt was saying did, I do play into that sometimes. So today would be one of those days. We had a really narrow range. We are breaking, but there's no guarantee that we're going to continue, right? So as we're going, right, we're reaching the next decision spot. We did have a taper here, so it's taking forever. They're doing what they do. The reason I held the 2 runners as opposed to just closing them out right there for my P&L was hovering like $1,600, $1,700 for a good chunk of time. And the reason I held it was because if I had closed them there, I would like to continue trading. I definitely would like to continue trading, try to grab some more P&L if the market gives the opportunity. But if I hold the runners and they work, I get to, obviously I'm on stream now, but let's assume I'm not on stream. I get to turn everything off and no longer care about what the market's doing. So that's something I've always, once I realized that was the better path for me, something I always do, right? If a certain means of execution can grant me, the freedom to turn it all off, it's the path that I would take instead of opening myself up to more risk. And yeah, those 2 could have came back and I would have been okay with the decision. Perfectly okay. Because it was a difference of 1,600 P&L, let's say, as opposed to an increase of, I don't know what else we got another 1,000 and another 1,600, I think, 2,600. I don't remember. So maybe that's like, honestly, I don't remember what it was, but it puts me at a P&L where I can just be done. And those are the things where, yeah, some pro traders be like, no, if you have your edge, you press your edge, you keep going. That has never worked well for me compared to just knowing my own personality, right? Just in and out, do your work and be done with things. Um, yeah, just wanted to articulate that to you guys because it is a very big part of my process. You know, there's gonna be people, that's why you don't pay attention to like these crazy P&L posts. You're gonna see them all the time. There's always gonna be someone that took full size of a whole move somewhere and survivorship bias, you're gonna see their thing and it never matters to me. You know, I can sit here with my P&L now, and then by end of day, someone has like 10x the P&L. It is what it is. That does not have anything to do with me. I would encourage you guys to operate in the same way. I do a very, very long write-up on this, which you guys will see eventually. Sorry, let me get to the chat. I just wanted to get those things out of the way before I forget. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Let's see. How those are short. Sell them. Yeah, I sold them. I think I sold them with like 8-point risk. I was fading some serious buying, so didn't want to get too crazy with that. You would have blown the whole trade over $5. Yeah, Nick, I was thinking about it. I was like, you know, I want to cover at the level. I need the level. And then I had PTSD flashbacks of the last few times I did that. And you were on with me, by the way. I think you were, and couldn't stomach it, man. Let's see. You can also have 10x the P&L. Good morning, Kane. Good morning. Kane is always the guy that gets 10x my P&L, in case you guys are wondering. So it's only fair that he'd say something like that. Yeah, short life hacks, that's actually a perfect way to say it. We are not attached to other traders. We all have different objectives, not just for the charts, but for our entire lives, for our life outside of the charts. I really hope you have one. For anyone that doesn't understand that, the life outside of the charts is very crucial to making it on the charts. I'll give you guys an analogy in a second. XYZ, can you do your own daily stream when you're not on NT stream? I would go crazy, yes. I already curbed a lot of my trading to just NT live. I don't trade often, and you guys can see that as an example today. A lot of days I'm just, if it's one good trade, it's good enough for me. And you know, some days if I did that in the beginning of the NT streams, I would do that, trade personally, just myself, right, at peace. And then I got to do it again on stream. Then I got to do it another stream, and it just got too crazy. I don't want to trade too much. We love a counter trade as a mismatch. I feel you, man. I think we all do. Yep, short life hacks. It is very true. Everyone's at a different stage. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Ken. I think the longs are definitely valid down here. Some continuation on the long side first would be nice. You're welcome, Job. Yeah, when I woke up, I checked my phone, I pulled up TradingView, I saw the range, and I had to make a phone call to them. You know them. First, I opened the blinds to see if the van was outside. They were outside. So I called them up and said, we need this to expand. We need the range to expand. They said, okay, okay. Sure enough. So you guys are welcome. Do you think it's going to try to test yesterday's low? I mean, you can't say they're not trying right now. I would say this is the market trying. So right now we are in kind of like a price discovery mode where they have found out up here that there are way too many sellers in the market. So supply is flooding it now as well. The market has shown the weakness. Everyone's seeing it, right? Everyone is seeing buy side not get what they want. And when the supply floods in, everyone's going to throw in their supply. And the market is going to continue down until it finds enough of a bid. And that's just simply what it is. So guess two ways to say it. Are they going to try the low? I would say they are definitely trying to get it now. And this is the process. So, how long do you wait to see aggressive buyers or sellers get into a trade? Guys, before I forget, also, I have to do an analogy for something. And since it is 150K day, I have been notified that I am also doing a giveaway today. They're doing it all week, but mine will be today. If anyone is interested in one of these right here, this is a Versace robe. Very nice, very cozy. Everybody always asks, how do you have so little MAE on your trades? How do you take so little drawdown? It's this right here, Versace robe. So if anyone's interested in very minimal drawdown, I think you're supposed to go sign up. Some backstage, you got to help me. What are they supposed to do? Versace, yes, sir. Sir, I came for the Panda Express. Yeah, if you want less MAE, more MFE on your trades, get yourself one of these because when it gets too cold, look, performance can suffer. You know what I mean? When you're cozy, you're comfy, you're relaxed, good things happen. Panda Daytona. No, we can't give that away. Can't give that away. Okay, they have a link in the afternoon. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked that 150K day is already here, but who's complaining, right? Yeah, so I highly recommend the Versace robe, which is why it's the giveaway. You will see your trading improve, you know. It looks like they found a pretty nice bid down here. They need some continuation. Way I see it, if they can get continuation higher, a nice hold somewhere where you see a lot of selling come in, this whole thing can revert. They've got a lot of ground that they can cover. ES, we're looking at the 74, 73s. NQ, we're looking at the 40s. Kane, did you get your long, man? Extra chicken on my plate. Or they'll put less food because they're like, this guy has a robe. He doesn't need this. He can pay for it. Guys, there's a balance. There's a balance you've got to have. You know, sometimes I'm wearing this or that. Sometimes one of my favorite shirts to wear right now is a Del Taco shirt from the like it's like the OG Del Taco on the way to Vegas. I got me a Del Taco shirt, so I might just wear it. I might wear it to the Naples meetup. And by might, we've got like a 90% chance. I might just fly in with that. It's pretty comfy. I dig it. But yeah, no, I got a Del Taco shirt. I'm all over the place, man. Can we talk about the Eagles? Man, I can say so many things. I can say so many things. I'm salty. Um, let's see. Did I learn with Merritt? No. Uh, Where can I get learning material? I have some stuff on my YouTube channel right now, but we're trying to Leo is trying to fix the website right now so we can finally we have like a pipeline, a backlog of stuff. I have 2 recap videos for you guys. I have an entire playbook, but we haven't been able to really configure things the way we want to yet, so it's sitting there. But when it's out, I'll let you know. Shoot me a follow on Twitter, follow Painting the Tape, and as soon as it's out, I mean, you guys will find out. Um, Sometimes this, sometimes that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no better teacher than the market at the end of the day, guys. I will say that. Um, I'll analyze along. Oh yeah, my analogy. So what was I saying? I'm like all over the place today. Um, yeah, staying in the market or getting out of the market. For me, my trading performance, my quality of life on the charts and outside of the charts, my equity curve has always been better every time I decide to just trade less. Get what I am looking to get and get the hell out. Because the longer you stay, there's a thing called mental capital. It's depleting. It affects performance. You may not realize it, but it is depleting. So for me, as the market continues to provide what I would say is edge, is a condition I like, my performance isn't going to be as sharp. So my thing is, let's say you're on the craps table, right? If you're on a good roll and you keep pressing your bets, this is what I do, by the way. I'll press it, right? And I won't look to collect until there's a certain buildup. If you keep rolling, you're never really getting paid because you're giving the dice more opportunities at the highest permutation, which is a 7. And that's kind of my idea with the market. If I'm going to keep trading, the money is still not even mine. I can have won 3 trades in a row, and if I'm still trading, that's not my money yet. You know, same thing with the dice. You can have I'm like 12 rolls in, I'm getting paid. It's super hot, but if I'm not pulling money. Not getting paid. You're giving it more of an opportunity to land on the 7. Even if you're taking some here and there, if you don't take your exposure off the table, the reality is after that hot roll, maybe you just broke even. You know, who knows, right? Depending on we'll call it risk management. How are you pressing your bets? How are you coming down on your bets? You know, so and so. I think that applies to trading as well. So I like to keep it short and sweet. Let's see. When are we getting that sick robe? Well, someone's got to win it today. We're going to do it in the afternoon. So there will be a link. I am coming back on later with the big cat with Leo. There will be a link for you guys to enter. And if you win, you get a really nice robe. I have traded with this thing for a very long time, for years. And I think it's a good enough sample size. Less drawdown. What is my YouTube? It's XYZ, like the name, 3 E's, trades. You'll just see a bunch of recap videos. I am no longer going to be posting content on there for now because we're going to post everything on Painting the Tape. So Painting the Tape is the other YouTube channel. Paintingthetape.net is the website. Painting the Tape Twitter. Go ahead and give a follow. Or you could just follow me and I'll give you guys the updates. It's all the same. Yeah, following me on Twitter is probably the easiest way around this, and then you can find all the other stuff from there. Silk Road, it is not silk. It's not silk. I am not really a silk robe kind of person. I don't think it's practical enough because I wear a robe because it's cold, and the silk ain't gonna do it. Yeah, it's pretty cold right now in my house, so. Yes, sir. Please figure out the things really fast. I don't know how to do it. It's all on Leo. No more double zeros. I think like on the smaller, like maybe at the Rio and stuff and off strip, there's no more double zeros, but there's definitely it'd be nice if they eliminated that. Go to European roulette. You gotta go high roller for a single zero, which sucks. We can use the afternoon to peer pressure Leo into updating paying this. Yeah. See if it works. He's been real busy lately, so. Do we get one that is your size or our own size? Yeah, you get this very one, the game worn. You get the game worn robe. You can auction it for a few cents or something. Simple Heikin-Ashi. This is a simple Heikin-Ashi. 1 minute, Joe. What are your volume profile settings? What time frame do you best analyze it on? Uh, I have the intraday profile, RTH, current session, and I use these. So I use a 5-day rolling. I also use a 30-day rolling. It is not present here on this chart, but I have a 30-day rolling. But usually I'm using RTH, a 5-day, and these 1-day profiles along the road. So these are for my levels, areas of reference. There's a reason this line is here. It's just, taper, taper, build above, taper, build above. So this to me is like a line in the sand. What they're going to do in regards to this line is going to be the rest of the leg. So if they are trading below this and they, start to build below this line, then we can go lower. If they start to hold this and reject the build lower, then we'll just continue back through it. So right now they're trying to get things done. I don't see any stuck selling pullback just yet. So I am not too convinced on long side, honestly. Yeah, not yet at least. So that's what I'd look for. I would look for a strong attempt at a sell that gets met with a passive bid that's big enough to hold the price and then push back above that selling. So that's the parameter that I have to see. Haven't seen it. I haven't seen a really aggressive sell just yet, to be honest. Like they're selling it now, but this isn't finding a really big passive bid. Not that I can see at least. It's just going down the tape. Literally. I'm seeing 100 lot that just chased price. They didn't care. They just wanted that fill in the 80s. They're not sitting passive. They are rushing in to get their sell order in, and they got filled, and they don't care. And this is what it looks like when supply just floods the market. So, yeah. With this sell, right, continuation, they need to make a new low out of it. If price does not make a new low out of it, something ain't right. Did you guys approve the new PTT episode for release yet? Stowe was throwing you guys under the bus, said he needed your okays before. Nick and I approved it. I don't know if Leo has had the time to listen through it. So Leo's the bottleneck. Go get him. Win, remove triple. I hate playing at the win. There he is. Get him, chat. We summoned him. Oh, did you? I have no idea. Yeah, I hate playing at the win, man. I just noticed that it's never like really that nice and like have an outcome for me, right? And then I started seeing like these posts where every year, every single year, the Win posts the biggest P&L on gaming. Every single year, the Win makes the most off of gambling of all the casinos. And I'm like, you know what? That's enough of a confirmation for me. Most of my play is at the Venetian because they take care of me. So if I'm not at the Venetian, I actually don't really care to play because I want comp rating for my action. Otherwise, I don't want to put the risk on. You got to realize they're all negative EV games at the end of the day. The only chance you have at positive EV is in your computer chair. So I'd rather just do that. My card player, cards, dice. I used to play some roulette with my buddies. We've tapered off from the roulette lately. It's a lot of, well, they still love blackjack. I have replaced blackjack with baccarat. So baccarat and craps. Yeah. Oh, I don't play Hold'em. No, I would probably get destroyed in there. So I'll save myself the trouble. Kane. Kane said everyone DM Leo now. He's lying. Also, guys, if you haven't hit the like, please do. I think the likes are probably tapped out from the morning stream because it's 150K day. But hey, look, if you haven't hit it yet, please hit the likes. What's my favorite game? Probably Baccarat for the last like year and a half, 2 years. Before that, for most of my life since I was 18, it's been blackjack. But I'd say the most fun would be craps with your friends. Nothing beats that, that's for sure. Some dice. Circus. I haven't been there since who knows. I will say, hey, look, you guys want to get more for your money. It's gonna be places like Circus. They'll give you 3-2 blackjack. They'll give you like uh, double on split, resplit aces, all that for probably like $10. You want that kind of action, you're paying at least 1 to 200 elsewhere on the strip. So if anyone wants full blackjack odds, thanks, Kane. Yeah, dice with the boys is the way to go, man. I mean, I've been hearing rumors that Savannah is a hell of a dice player, so maybe one day we'll confirm. I'm still trying to plant the seeds for a Vegas meetup, so maybe one day X, Y, and chat can roll some dice together, or peel some cards at the Bach table. But for now, they have failed that attempt back in. So new low. Yeah. On this move down on the sell side, they didn't exactly have to chew through any serious bid. So yeah, that ain't it. So Kane, is it Lady Luck then? Just ride their coattails. Um, don't want to dox my host name for whatever reason, but it's not that name. That is not my host. Uh, is still coming on? No, he is on tomorrow. Jose's, yeah, I mean, we do a meetup. Come by. Watches of Switzerland at the win. But you got some status there, short life? I know they got paddocks there, but they probably won't sell it to me, that's for sure. Yeah, I know. Social engineering black hats. Yep. Good to know, man. Next time I want something, I'll be like, "Hey, you know short life hacks, by the way?" Yeah, he really wants me to hand this. He really wants you to hand this watch over to me right now. Did you see Cartier came out with the titanium Santos? Just saw that yesterday, 2 days ago. That's an interesting one for sure. So they made a new low, guys, but it's not very, very far down. So this could be the start. It's not a low that I would buy just yet for sure, but if they get some continuation alongside, so if they can do what I said earlier, where a pullback from here traps a lot of selling, then is able to run them off sides, then you could be good. The other thing is we've got 2 sets of single prints now. It's not bearish. But hey, if you look at high time frame, where are we? We are extending. It's pretty extended. That last retest is not for nothing though. That was a good hold. Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. We do have quite a bit of buying flooding in the 50s, 57, 58s right now. So that would be the reference. Buy Calatrava so you can get a Cubitus. I don't like the Cubitus, man. I think the Nautilus is so much better looking. The Cubitus market price is probably so insane right now. Okay, and you want to crash? Can you even get a crash outside of like auctions anymore? Nautilus, what's up? Yeah, Nautilus all the way. What's up, Trader Nautilus? Dude, you got the best memes, man. Can't lie. Cartier sunglasses, man, you're a baller. I don't think I could ever afford Cartier sunglasses, man. That shit is too expensive. It is actually insane. Yeah, crashes, they got super popular in the past, I think like 3 years. Everyone wants a Cartier crash. What's JMM? Oh, see, this is baller talk. Not me, man. My most recent pair of sunglasses was like $15 from some dude slinging glasses outside of LA. I'm gonna Google this for reference later. Maybe convince Kane to get me a pair of these sunglasses, you know. So as we have single prints, guys, if we do close the second set and we do have double single prints, statistically, we are prone to closing at the lows. That bid failed right around the 9 EMAs, and that's just a sign of a market that's looking for continuation. Everything sloped. ES did it first. So that was the reason for my short was ES. And now NQ's chart looks the same as ES. So all I can say is get out of the way until you can see the sell side no longer rewarded. And we have not seen that. We have not seen that since the path down. And we're getting to the weekly open now. I think the weekly open also can provide a very good opportunity. If you look at the profile, this can all, at this point, you can just say this is all one node. And this is going to be that taper outside of 5-day rolling value. Happens to be weekly open, and we do have quite a taper down. So weekly open or this zone right here, about 40 points lower, is probably going to provide a bid. Cartier is target. Hey, I'm not above buying clothes from Target. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, Kane, I'm gonna be like, you pay that much for sunglasses, and then I'm gonna ask you to pay that price for me. We'll talk later. Sean, you put your sunglasses in your back pocket? That's a gamble. I mean, yeah, short life. I wear sunglasses like very often in my day to day. If I'm outside and the sun's out, I probably have sunglasses on. JML's website right now. Yeah, production might have to have a word with me if I did that. Here we are. Jeez. When the bid steps in, it's not like crazy either. It's not like insane bid. They haven't really found strong bid anywhere. Every pullback is more so a lack of sell continuation, and then they'll take it back until they find another batch of selling that's willing to hit market essentially. So they're probably going to run it back to like the 80s, 70s to the 80s from here, I would think. Huge, huge sell delta here in the 50s. Look at this bid. They're still stacking up the bid. So I think as soon as buy side gets left behind again, I think this continues downwards. And that could be right here. The 48s to the 50s. They do have buyers in there. They're going to need to start making their way through it. 48s to the 50s. There's a lot of buying, and they got stuck. And now the market is building back below them. So for any long side bias to even take place, you need to see them be able to hold against selling. They haven't done that. Nope. So they came up to the 48s, the 51s. They did some buying. They traded back below in the 46s. And now they are building below them. The most recent batch now is in the 40s, 39s to the 40s. Looks like they got a pretty decent hold there, so get out of the way. Dom, ladder, price ladder, level 2. So the 40s is now the reference, or it would be. That was a pretty good hold. So when they get back into the 80s here, where you will get your next decision, it's probably going to be the high 80s. If the market does make its way back down, if you want longs, you really want the 40s to hold. Low 40s to mid 40s. Otherwise, cooked again. Bought the 18s. So Kane nabbed the low. Very nice, man. Yeah, I mean, we're close to the weekly open here. It's pretty nice. Let's see what they do at these 40s here as the market comes back. How do I deal with holding my trades long enough? You have no idea, Smart Trade. You are asking probably the worst trade holder on this entire network. How I manage that is, well, I'm always well aware of the risk that I had to put on in the first place. So I'll scale out. I'll scale out accordingly. And as I'm scaled out, I have a lot less risk on the table. It becomes easier to hold. And then you either trail the stops, you leave it at break even, or you book it somewhere. But I like to, if I'm in runners and I really think the plan still has room, I will trail them. So this is the key right here, guys. These low 40s, they're poking into the 30s. This is where they found that bid. The bid that just ran it higher. They have to hold this. And if they do, I think the market is done going down for a while. Big if though. I mean, look at this offer. They are chewing through bid. They just chewed through a lot mid 40s. They're working through a lot here right now. 37s, 38s had a pretty big bid up there. And they're still trading under big bids. The market's trading under big bids. It's not that nice. Okay, and you got out. Yeah, they stuffed that bid, man. I have London open for 12 Pacific, 12 a.m. Pacific. Apparently there's a fake and a real open. I don't know, maybe Kane can tell you guys in the chat. I didn't know. I thought London open was midnight my time, midnight Pacific, right? 12 a.m. And then I'm hearing stuff about a fake open, and I'm like, do I have the fake one or the real one? But mine is my London open is 163 NQ right now, 25 163. So Pacific to Eastern. Eastern is 3 hours ahead. So 3 a.m. Pacific is 6 a.m. Eastern. All right, so I've got the real London Open, not a Fugazi. Okay, why do people think it's before that? Just because the market starts to move around that time? Because it does, yeah. You can see like it picks up a little bit, things happen, but yeah, so why would people think it's I see. Oh, there's probably like a mix up between people saying London Open and Europe Open. So like if anyone says Euro Open, they're probably talking about that. Yeah, I like the London Open. It's been good to me, honestly. That level has been very good to me since I put it on some time back. Yeah. So honestly, guys, as ever since they made the move lower, every time they get to a pullback, like up here overnight low, this most recent one, they really do fizzle out. If you look into order flow, it does taper every time. Tapers on the buy side. That's just not going to do the trick. And if buy side starts to taper at some point, it means the buying is shut off. And that most recent big batch of buying, if that gets set off sides after that, you need to get the hell out of the way or get short. Very simple way of viewing these things. I don't have those stats, Joe. Yeah. I'm not really good with stats. I'm not gonna lie. I am, I don't know if it's a good thing, but it works for me. But I'm very much just I'm like a vibes trader, man. I kind of have my perspective of how the market moves, and then I just watch things unfold. I take the information for what it is, and then I go from there. Statistically, Leo's much better with that than any of us, that's for sure. But yeah, hey, what's the market doing? What's the market not doing? All right, well, who showed their hand where and what's happening to them right now? And that's how I operate. Weekly open is always a really good level, so I would not be surprised if the market puts a halt to the down move around this spot at some point. But I do think the 950s into 930s could be really good too. Yep, that's at least we got range extension. Any attempts to buy are just not getting rewarded. Short Life says spend all your money on stuff, on things, but it ain't financial advice. Know this, not financial advice. Well, hopefully, there's some action later for when I'm on with Leo. Yeah, there's not a day that goes, let me tell you guys this. There's not a day that goes by where my house does not have an Amazon package delivery. And that's not even it. There are multiples. So in the morning, there's already something there. And then by the middle of the day, there's going to be another one there. And then at nighttime, there's another one there. So it's not just every day there's packages, it's throughout every day there will be windows. It's kind of like how you would have like the New York Open, the London Open, the Asia Open. It's like that, but with Prime deliveries. Just different slotted times for Prime deliveries. So one day, but different time slots. It's kind of like one day in the markets, but different opens, but Prime deliveries. And don't even mention the word target, man. It's going to put you in drawdown fast. Nick. Spend all their money on banker and player. Returns at Whole Foods? Nah, I got a UPS store. Whole Foods is a little further. The UPS store is pretty close. I go and drop it off there. Don asks, who shops at Target? Don, when was the last time you saw a female? Target is the most dangerous place you can go to. Nick, that's a bad idea. Honestly, you deserve it, man. That might be the worst idea I've heard all year. You never take walks around Target. That's the scam that they want you to believe. They want to say, "Oh, I want to go walk. I don't know. Let's just go around Target, maybe." No, no, don't trust it. Never trust it.
Yo,
Jim,
what's
what's
up,
good?
man?
Like going to Costco for one thing. Yeah, Kane, exactly.
That's where I get my glasses, by the way. I don't go JMMs.
I just discovered what JMM was right now. So as soon as I hop off stream, I'm pulling up that website and I'm going to take a look and I'll probably turn it off real fast if there are commas in the price.
There's commas in the price. I
See,
would
look at
get a pair.
Savannah. She's trying to
I
make
would
a case for Target. Never trust them.
I would get a pair, but it's I'd lose them like immediately.
Well, if you get one, you have to get me one. So
If they have a 2-for-1 deal, I will get you one.
Kane said there are commas. I'll probably just exit out of that website now.
You are back this afternoon, right?
I'm back in the afternoon. TTrades. Is that TTrades Stowe's new mentor? Can you guys confirm that it is him?
Yeah,
Stowe's got a new mentor.
TTrades was the man this morning.
Worth looking. Okay, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
Maybe if everyone gets one, I'll be peer pressured into I'll be peer pressured into buying some, you know. Can't let everyone else have all the fun.
All right, let's just check before we end this. Let's check the likes out here just to see where we're at. Not bad. 766.
Versace robe, guys. Tune in the afternoon if you want a chance at a Versace robe. I'm telling you, the drawdown goes away drastically on your trades once you're wearing it. So, hey, Leo, that ain't fair, man. They probably racked it up celebrating the 150 before I got here. Either that or they don't like me. Yeah, T-Trades. T-Trades, you gonna be there? Is he going to Naples with us, Jim?
I don't know stuff like that.
I honestly don't know who's gonna be
I
at
just
Naples.
know I'm going. That's all I know.
All right, so it's me, you, and T-Trades. Got it.
TTrades will be there.
Now we know.
Oh my God. Any event. Well, good job today, XYZ. We're gonna look forward to seeing you this afternoon, of course, with the big cat, Leo, in the house, trading the close today. We'll get some movement, man. We'll have some stuff happening.
Hopefully they give us increased range.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. All right. Thank you, everybody, for the thumbs up. One last chance. Thumbs up for XYZ. Let's get it going there. Appreciate that. Appreciate the subscriptions. More giveaways around the corner this afternoon. XYZ is you get to choose the color you want, the emblem, all the stuff. It's going to be awesome this afternoon. So, having said that, I'm going to do a edge report, and we're going to wrap up the morning stream. So, thank you very much, XYZ. Appreciate you.
See you, chat.
All right. Gold is interesting today for a lot of reasons. One, we had that 4,000 level, right? That psychological. Some people think it's important. Psychological 4,000 level. We had call resistance at that level, 0 DTE. Gamma wall at that level, 0 DTE. Call resistance at that level. So a big red line there, right? It's kind of an important line. And the other thing and we rallied through it, right? We had that initial balance, everything was cool, and then we rallied through it with a high print of 14.6 right there. There's the wick, just short of that R1 and short of that 1-day max. Looked like maybe a trend day. We're going to get up to that 1-day max, which we do oftentimes in trend days. Not today. We had a big sell-off. So why am I not surprised? Two things. One, the cash market is about 50, depending on where you get your quote for cash gold prices. It's between 15 and 20 handle separation between the December contract and the future side. And so that wick up there, this is representing that 4,000 and the cash. That psychological level carries over to the cash market as well. And a lot of over-the-counter dealings happen at this level. A lot of big bid-ask spreads in those markets, so it's hard to figure out what the exact price is. But we traded 4,000 there. So that represents that peak. And then we had a sell-off. Now, the thing that doesn't surprise me is especially on Tuesdays. This is a Tuesday stat. It was true for the E-mini S&P today, and it's pretty much true for gold right now. And that is that regular RTH gap. Now, the RTH is measured funny here because the gold RTH gap on Edgeful, is that going to be filled or not? That's based on not necessarily the gold open, but the equity open. But in any event, when you do the math, there was a 62% chance, and it's usually not this high for gap up days, but because it's a Tuesday, Tuesdays are achieved more often, in my opinion, than they're not. And this is a 62% chance of getting this RTH gap filled, and that is at 39.83 spot 2. And the low print was spot 4, right? A little bit off, but pretty darn close, right? And you don't have to be exact on there. But that was a good tell to me at a certain point that we were going to retrace back down, especially once we had that break below that call resistance level again. The other thing I put on this chart was, look at these highs right here. We had these highs up here. This was, I don't know, 1 o'clock in the morning, something like that. I drew a rectangle all the way across and said, this used to be resistance, right? This temporarily. And you could even draw that rectangle all the way back to the start of the Globex session. You'll see the same thing. And so I drew it across there, and that was right below that 4,000. And that, again, once we broke through that, then it was off to the races. Then we broke through VWAP. Then we broke through that point of control. And then we tapped almost that RTH gap, right? I'm going to say it close enough for government work, and maybe we're not done yet as well, right? We're just bumping up against that VWAP session VWAP. So to me, in my mind, when I'm looking at the Edgeful stuff, I really like to look at the RTH gap fill stats. And when I see a big one like we had in the equities one was at like 70% plus, right? So it was a big one in the equities. I can't remember exactly the number. And sure enough, that happened. That filled. So again, it's, what's the science behind it? Who knows? But the stats are the stats. It's based on a 6-month look back. The last thing I want to talk about in gold right here is the turnaround doji, right? The turnaround doji, we're not there yet, but let's go all the way back here to August 8th. So this is a classic turnaround doji in my mind, where we have a trend up. Now, this was, I don't know, about a week and a half or something. We bounced off these lows on end of July, and then we ended up with a formation that looks like this. This is a daily candle, right? Forget about this kind of idea on an intraday, but on a daily candle, small body candle, almost non-existent, perfectly symmetrical wicks up and down. The body of the candle is above the previous wick. And when I see that, I circle them and I'm like, all right, this could possibly be, it doesn't always work, could possibly be a turnaround doji. In this case, sure enough, we sold off and all came back almost down to where we started from. Not quite. We had a higher swing low, but then we took off again. So now when I look for these things, I look for these things. Like today is an example. We could possibly have one in the making today. Now, I'd like the body of the candle to be a little bit higher than it is right now, but we get another doji here and we're closing right up here. Around where we opened, around 83.5, then I'm going to have my radar up for tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to add that to my list of, when I weigh what are the bullish characteristics or the bearish characteristics of any given moment, that's going to be in the bearish camp. But again, this is a strong trend up on gold. So it's going to, it's not going to counterweight it too much, but I'm going to have my radar up. In any event, that is this afternoon's single market edge report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Appreciate the subscriptions. It is so awesome that we hit 150. Great achievement to you guys for trusting us with your time and being here, participating with us on the network. Whether you're just listening or you're chatting with us in the chat, which is awesome. Thank you again for doing that. Appreciate the thumbs up for sure. And having said all that, we're going to be back 2:30. Shai's going to kick it off. I'm going to be back. We're going to have XYZ and Stowe trade the close. Looking forward to seeing you guys there. Have a great lunch. Relax a little bit. See you this afternoon.